Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Development Management Committee of the 18th of October. Before I formally start the meeting, our former colleague and former councillor Trevor Pennington died recently. So before I start, can I please ask that you join me for a 1 minute silence in his memory? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to members present today and members of the public here in the council chamber and those who have joined us and are joining us online. Some housekeeping. In case of a fire alarm, and we're not expecting a fire drill today, please exit the doors in the building and make your way to the farthest point in the car park. Toilets are outside the door on the left, and water is available outside the door on the right. This is a public meeting and members of the public are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, you are not able to take part and speak. As it is a public meeting and we are being live webcast today, can I please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when not speaking, and can I ask everybody to either switch off or silence their mobile phones, please? We don't wish to have any interruptions. In terms of how items are presented, the order for each application is as follows. The case officer will present their report. Any objector who's registered will speak. The supporter will speak. Parish council representatives will then speak, and ward member or members will then speak. Members of the committee will have the ability to ask questions of each speaker on points of clarity. Following this, there will be a debate. At the conclusion of that debate, each application, the members will vote and come to a decision. I would now like to ask the officers at the top of the table to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Amelia Bolter. I'm the Senior Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Jacqueline Houselander. I'm actually the Head of Development Management for West Devon. However, Pat Weimer, the Head of Development for South Hams, is poorly, so I'm standing in for him today. Thank you.
And I'm Claire Stewart, and I'm a Principal Planning Officer for South Hams District Council.
Thank you. And I'm Councillor Mark Long and Chairman of this committee. Now onto the agenda. The Vice Chairman, Councillor, is absent, Councillor Taylor. Can I ask members whether they wish to appoint a Vice Chairman for this meeting? If so, can I have a nomination, please?
It'll be all right.
Thank you. So if it's the will of the members, we will not appoint a Vice Chairman for this meeting. Thank you. If you wish to stand in, and if members are happy, please.
Nominate Councillor Hodgson as Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Could I ask for apologies, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Bonham, Carson, McKay, Panel and Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to item 1 of the agenda, the minutes. Could the committee please agree the minutes of the meeting for the 13th of September? Do I have a proposer and a seconder? Proposed?
Seconded.
Thank you. Item 2, urgent business. There are no items of chair's business. Item 3, division of the agenda. Not aware of any reason to divide the agenda, although there will be for item 10, item 9, there will be an exclusion of the press and public at that point, and at that point we will make that the official announcement for that. So there will be a division of the agenda at that point. Members, item 4, are there any declarations of interest from members on the items in front of us today? If there are none, the list of speakers has been circulated to members for all 4 applications that we're hearing today. Move on to item 6, the planning applications themselves. The first application, 6A, is 241222 land south of Dartmouth Road. The case officer is Claire Stewart. Ms. Stewart, can I hand over to you now for your report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Application which members took the opportunity to visit on Monday earlier this week to view the site. The application is an outline application with some matters reserved for residential development and associated access. Just to start with, the application site outlined in red. Members will recall we started the site visit, if I just bring my cursor up. We started the site visit up here on Dartmouth Road. An application site hashed in red, including the 2 fields. Aerial photograph for a bit more site context. You'll just about be able to see there's the existing public recreational space adjacent to the site here. The existing field gate access onto Dartmouth Road that we used is here. And the application site includes this field here and this field here. Map also indicates the position of the East Allington Village shop and also the local primary school. So this is the red line site location plan, application site outlined in red. The application is outlined with all matters reserved for later consideration with the exception of access. The access point that is proposed for vehicle and pedestrian access is in this area of the site here, with vehicle access directly onto Dartmouth Road, with also a pedestrian access proposed onto Lister Way down here. So the key issues for consideration in this application are the principle of development and the proposed access detail, as that is a reserved matter for this matter for consideration at this point. Members will have noted from the officer report there's been a bit of an evolution of this application since it was originally submitted. The application that you're being asked to determine is for outline application for residential development of the site with associated access, with no quantum of numbers of units proposed at this point in time. That would be for later consideration. So the starting point in terms of assessing the principle of development in this case is the adopted policies of the joint local plan, which I'm sure members are familiar with. Policies SPT1 and SPT2 set out the overall spatial strategy and approach to achieving sustainable development that the council was looking for in assessing planning applications. At the next policy level, we've got TTV1, which is the policy that sets out the hierarchy of settlements within the Thriving Towns and Villages policy area. And that includes at Tier 3, the sustainable villages, which are specifically named and identified within the plan, where development to meet locally identified needs and to support limited service and amenities will be supported. At policy TTV 25, provision is made for in the order of 550 homes within those named settlements as part of the overall housing supply for the policy area. So, as was noted in the report, East Allington is a named sustainable village within the plan, but does not have a neighbourhood plan currently. TTV 25, as is set out, so that any planning applications that come forward for development in villages that don't have neighbourhood plans can be potentially assessed against TTV 25 positively. With respect to the indicative housing figures set out within the plan at figure 5.8, or other relevant policy considerations would still apply. Figure 5.8 indicates 30 dwellings for East Allington. So the main point to note, I think, is that East Allington is a named settlement within the local plan where it is clearly anticipated that new residential development would be coming forward. Moving on to some of the guidance within the adopted supplementary planning document, which accompanies the joint local plan. I've just picked up some of the key points that are mentioned in the officer report and just put them on the slides for ease of reference. So essentially, it's just providing that supporting text that the indicative figures are provided to give an indication of the level of development that might be acceptable in the sustainable villages. And it is clearly stated that they are not prescriptive and should not be seen as minimum or maximum numbers. And paragraph 11.39 talks about the calculations for sort of monitoring housing delivery, and it is and it basically sets out that not all developments that come forward are actually counted towards the 550 units that provision is made for within the local plan. There's been some confusion in representations about sort of the numbers of units that have been approved in East Allington and the wider area since the joint local plan was adopted, and whether or not some kind of threshold has already been reached. As is set out in the report, that's not the case. If you've got any specific questions later on about sort of housing numbers, my colleague Phil Baker from the joint local plan team is here and will be able to answer those questions in more detail. So, and just to continue on this section, development-led proposals of 5 or more dwellings can be counted positively towards the figure stated within TTV 25, where they are within or adjoining a sustainable village and well related to the built form with safe access. And as I said before, other policy considerations of the plan would still be applicable. So turning sort of more specifically to the consideration of this site, the application site is this parcel of land here and this parcel of land here. As was discussed at the site visit, there are public rights of way which are highlighted in red on this plan that go around the field and down towards the church, and then the primary school is down here. The green building there is St Andrew's Church, which is a grade 2 star listed church. The purple building is a grade 2 listed building, and the blue line up here for reference is a bridle way as opposed to a public right of way, so that's why it's in a different colour. So as you can see, the site is physically well related to the existing built form of the settlement. As was mentioned at the site visit, there are views from these public rights of way, particularly sort of along here, across the existing settlement, and you see the church tower kind of standing proudly above the level of everything else in the village. So impact on setting of that heritage asset is an important consideration, and also the landscape impact of any development requires careful consideration and how that sort of relates and responds to the existing pattern and form of development in East Allington. Moving now to some site photographs. This one was taken to show the field gate, which we used to enter the site earlier this week. Sorry, this one's come out a bit blurry on my screen. I think it looks right there. That's the view of the looking east out of the village from just outside the application site where the access is proposed. That's the view looking west. And that's looking east across the application site from the existing gateway entrance. The recreational area is just over here. Next photograph just shows the looking south across along the existing hedge boundary. The existing residential properties on Lister Way are essentially on the other side of that hedge boundary. This photograph was taken looking from the northeast corner across the site from the public footpath, so you can see the existing dwellings in the village are down here. And this photograph was taken from within the site, and you should be able to see the church tower here, and then existing residential dwellings down here. Next photograph was taken from the southern edge of the site, looking across the application site itself. This one was taken from the public footpath that we used, that shows sort of the smaller field section of the site. And if you just note this existing, I think it's a silo structure here as a reference point in my next photograph. This one was taken from within the churchyard. So in terms of sort of impact on setting of the churchyard, this is kind of the view looking in the direction of the application site and what you can see at the moment. And the last photograph was taken looking north up Laburnum Way towards the church, and then the primary school is a bit further up the road there. So in terms of sort of the walking route that most likely school children might be taking from the development site, that would involve them walking along this route here. So in terms of the principle of development, officers consider that the site is well related to the existing settlement and can be accommodated and be supported by policy TDB 25. That is subject to consideration of a significant number of matters of detail that would need to come forward at reserved matter stage. But the principle of development is something that could be supported. That is subject to completion of a Section 106 agreement. Draft heads of terms have been included within the officer report, and if signed up, those would ensure that the necessary planning obligations would be achieved. In terms of the matter of access, Highways officer comments are detailed in the officer report. We do have a colleague from Devon County Highways here if you do want to ask any technical questions on highways matters. following this presentation. Just points to note, this plan shows the sort of the detailed arrangement for the vehicle access, and also notes the a pedestrian ramp proposal down onto Lister Way. So if I just go back a few slides, just to illustrate this point. So Lister Way is the other properties are here. So essentially there was provision within the detailed access plans for a pedestrian route sort of down immediately onto an existing access path for pedestrians, which would then be an easier route for school children and others to kind of walk through the existing built form of the settlement to access the primary school down here. So to bring the presentation aspect of this to a conclusion, officers consider that the principle of residential development on this site could be is acceptable, with a significant list of detail matters that would need to be addressed through reserve matters. You'll note the committee report includes quite a long list of recommended conditions as part of the OSA recommendation, which kind of goes through the details that would need to come forward as part of any detail scheme and when they would need to be presented for consideration. I think it's important to note that if at any subsequent, as part of the consideration of any subsequent application, the council felt that any reserve matter submission was not acceptable, then that application could be refused. Just because outline consent is granted, there is no obligation to approve any reserve matters application that comes forward if the detail that's within it is not considered to be acceptable. As previously mentioned, planning obligations would be secured through a Section 106 agreement, and that would need to be completed and signed prior to the formal issuing of any planning decision after this committee, and the application is recommended for conditional approval on that basis.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Members, any questions of the planning officer? Councillor O'Callaghan.
Thank you. Yeah, just a question on the numbers. On 1.7, I think you said there was a case to the north, planning application to the north, 1899/22, where 5 dwellings were approved, and the report says that cannot be counted towards the indicative figure for East Allington. Unless I'm getting confused, above that it says less than 5 dwellings can't be counted, but 5 and above can be. But in 1.7 it says 5 dwellings can't be. So which one is it, please?
So I've just brought up the actual the text, which is copied directly from the SPD. So yeah, so if it's less than 5 dwellings, then it can't be counted. If it's more than 5 dwellings, then it is counted.
What about if it is 5, which this one is?
If it's 5, then it is counted.
But on the 1.7 it says it cannot be counted.
Mr. Baker, if you can clarify this, please. Thank you.
Morning, members. Thank you for your questions. I'm Phil Baker, Principal Planning Officer with the Joint Local Plan team, so I cover Plymouth, Southampton, West Devon. You're quite right. Upon completion, the scheme can be counted, but at consent stage, it won't be counted against the figure of the indicative housing figure for East Allington. As a colleague of mine often says, you can't live in a planning consent, so we only count it against the figure once it's been completed.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. So, Ms Stewart, I understand this differentiation is purely on the principle, except that the issue we've had before, and it may have been under a different definition, is what can come before this committee and what can't. We have been faced with planning applications which we haven't been able to discuss because they were already decreed under what I thought was an issue of principle. It might have been the term allocated sites, it might have been something else, but here we're being told that it's only on the principle of development, and we will be able to discuss everything else. If you can repeat that assurance that we will be able to, if it's ever brought before the committee, to once again discuss all of the detail and decide either way upon that presentation, then but to me, there's a confusion over the practice we've been through in this committee before.
Okay, so in terms of the application that's before you at the moment, approval of this application would simply approve the principle of residential development on the site with the access as indicated on the plans, because the access document would be an approved plan. So the point of access onto the public highway would have been approved under the approval of this application. Everything else, so the precise form of the layout, the number of units, the detailed design, the landscaping, all of that would be need to be considered as part of subsequent reserved matters applications. And as I said, if the detail that was within any of those applications was not considered to be acceptable and not policy compliant, then the council could reasonably refuse those applications.
Okay.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. It really worries me, this policy, because it's actually got a huge loophole in it, because actually what we could end up with is, over a period of say 5 years, sort of a cumulative impact of, you know, sort of multiple applications that we are not in a position to constrain or refuse because nobody's actually built out. I mean, it seems to me that, you know, at this planning committee, it's, you know, if we're the sort of like where the buck stops, then that's what buck stops. That's what we have to do. So I would feel that, you know, if there's 5 already that would be part. I mean, I can understand if it was individual windfill sites. When it's 5 that is not built out, plus there were a couple of others mentioned when we were on site on Monday, I see no reason why we shouldn't feel quite comfortable in actually constraining any future applications within that cumulative figure until something starts getting built out. Otherwise, it just means that we're just like a sitting ducks, essentially, because the quicker everybody gets their planning applications in at OPA and maybe some figures lined up, then, you know, when it comes back to ARM, and time again I've been at this committee with ARM, and it's, oh, well, at OPA was your opportunity to do something. I think this is, you know, I think it's really important that we settle this here and now, actually.
Ms Houselander, thank you.
So I just want to clarify for members what an outline planning permission is and then a reserve matters. It's not a local policy, it's part of national legislation. Developers are in the position where they can, before they employ architects to draw up a detailed design, they can actually just try to establish whether the principle of the development is acceptable prior to any of the details being drawn up. So what you're being asked to consider here is the principle of developing houses on this land. I know originally there was a number specified with this application. That's now been withdrawn because it was felt that could be something which could be considered at a later stage. So initially I think there were 35 dwellings proposed on this site. The number has been taken away, so that therefore doesn't constrain the developer to 35. But equally, when the reserve matters comes in, which will include layout, appearance of the dwellings, landscaping, I'm going to forget one, and scale. So scale is really important in terms of what height the houses are and what the impact will be on the neighbours. All of those issues can be discussed and considered at a reserve matter stage. At the moment, there is one reserve matters which has been asked to be considered at this stage, which is obviously highways. And there's quite a lot of detail on that in the report. So for you today, the consideration is the principle of development on this site, residential development on this site, acceptable to you? The officer recommendation is obviously that it is. And also, if there's any questions, obviously, that you need to ask about the access, because that is something which will be sort of set in stone, if you like, at this stage as well. So, so an outline application and the reserve matters eventually form a whole application. But initially, the outline is the principle, and then the reserve matters are the detail.
Thank you, Ms. House. I'll allow Councillor Hodgson to come back.
Yeah, thank you. I hear what you say, and I can really recognise every point that's being made there. But for me, it still means that if it's a free-for-all, if we say, yes, the principle of development is fine here, and we haven't got any kind of constraint on the numbers, then we're absolutely snookered. Because, I mean, there's been Dartington ones, for example, have come back from October, they get their planning permit, their OPA, and they're back in March, April with the full whack. And this could happen here. And then we could end up with the village being overloaded because, somebody could come back and say, well, 30, 35 has happened before. And I just think it's, the numbers is everything, because the numbers makes the difference on access, it makes a difference on visual appearance, the infrastructure, everything. So, and when we allocate sites within the JLP, there's a no more than. So to somehow for a windfall site to not apply that, it feels like there's something really challenging going on here. It's like we're being kind of undermined.
Can I bring in Mr. Fairburn, our Monitoring Officer and Legal Counsel? Thank you.
Good morning, members. Good morning, everyone. It is an outline application. They're perfectly entitled to apply for the principle alone without specifying any numbers. You have to determine that application on the basis of the local plan policy, and if the local plan policy does not impose any restrictions on that site in terms of numbers or whatever, then effectively there's a presumption in favour of granting it, unless other matters suggest otherwise. The question of numbers is something that will be raised through the reserve matters approval process, and that is an application which is one that can be called to committee in due course. But for the moment, you are assuming that this is a blank canvas, and you are simply agreeing the principle this site is suitable for residential development, nothing more, other than the access, which is, as has been said, would be one of those items that will be fixed in stone. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fairburn. Ms. Houselander?
So I just wanted to also say that the application would be constrained by the conditions that are proposed. So the conditions are at the end of the report. So there will be limitations on the development as a result of those conditions being imposed, if you were to grant permission.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask that if this application was turned down today, if we didn't accept the permission, the principle of permission, whatever way around that wording is, the developers could come back at another time and submit another application. It doesn't prevent a further application, does it? Which can be looked at in its own merits. Thank you.
You're correct. It doesn't prevent the developer coming forward with a future application, and for formal refusal would give the applicant the opportunity to appeal to the planning inspectorate against that decision as well.
Councillor Rake.
Thank you, Chair. To what extent, I recognise that this is an application in principle, but can this committee impose conditions at this stage? I mean, obviously there are recommended conditions. Could we add to that list?
Members could add to that list if they felt they had planning reasons for doing so. The list is intended to cover all policy matters that would need to be assessed in further detail at reserved matters stage. But if members wanted to suggest anything, we could consider it and advise accordingly.
Councillor Wright, do you wish to come back?
Can I ask another question? Thank you. Which is, you mentioned pedestrian access through to Lister Way. Is that is it guaranteed that that's achievable, or is that would there need to be some civil agreement to achieve that?
I think it's already in one of the conditions. I'm just trying to find it. Apologies. Yeah, so if you look at the recommended condition 7, this follows the advice of the Highways Authority. That requires the finer details of that access route to be submitted for approval prior to commencement of development, and then the link would need to be constructed in accordance with the approved details prior to the occupation of any dwellings.
Sorry, but that doesn't say it has to be there. It's just that if it is there, we need to see the details. If the details were that it's not actually going to happen.
The condition as worded requires the details to come forward and be approved and for it to be delivered. If any future applicant didn't want to comply with that condition, they would have to submit a Section 73 application to seek to vary or remove that condition if they didn't want to comply with it. And it would be for the council to consider whether or not those reasons were acceptable, or any if there was any alternative suggested, whether or not that was acceptable.
Councillor Wright, does that satisfy your question?
I think so, Chair. Yes, I'm just sort of. I don't see anything there that says that it has to be there. It's just, but I take the officer's advice.
The last sentence of the condition says the link shall be constructed in accordance with these details prior to occupation of the first dwelling. So that's the kind of the bit that requires them to actually physically do it from the council's perspective.
So, and would satisfying this condition be a binary thing? If they couldn't satisfy it, the whole application would fall over?
Well, they wouldn't be able to lawfully implement the permission if they couldn't comply with this condition. So yeah, they'd have to revisit and reassess what they were doing.
Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. Is it dependent on these conditions, or is it part of our joint local plan that there will be 30% or more affordable houses?
Affordable housing is a planning obligation. The draft heads of terms for the section 106, which would need to be completed and signed following this committee if members were minded to approve, includes the 30% affordable housing. So that would be secured as part of the permission if it went ahead.
Any other questions from members? Councillor Hodge.
Would it be possible for us to constrain the building area within the site? So in other words, where in sort of, past before we had big construction development coming forward, a lot of these old villages, and this would be one because it's obviously got an old heart, a very traditional heart. Is it possible to constrain it so that you see that kind of like rings of organic growth? Because in this, it seems to me, in the sort of size of those fields, there's an opportunity there to actually, seek a constrainment. Because I mean, if you imagine that, in years gone by, the obvious thing would be to like another ring of growth, and often that can sit very well in villages rather than sort of like the new developer preference, often, which is lots of individual houses scattered around that are detached so that they get a higher receipt. And often that makes it much more difficult to get the affordables in. Whereas if you had a kind of a sort of like an area sort of like following that natural ring that you can see around the site. Actually, could you put this, Claire? Could you put the location plan up? The one that shows where all the houses are at the moment. Yeah. So if you sort of imagine that, so you'd fulfil the requirement to Lister Lane or whatever it's called I'm really sorry about this scarf on my face. I've had a big bee sting on my lip, so in case anybody's wondering. It's not the most beautiful look. So, you know, if you imagine kind of a line coming down where that development's and following round, I would have thought that would be probably much more acceptable and visually acceptable, etc. Can we put that constraint on the OPA or not?
Not at this stage. Layout of the development is a reserved matter. So as part of any subsequent reserved matters application, which included the layout, whoever was bringing the application forward would need to provide a layout that was acceptable to the council. And part of our assessment of what would be considered an acceptable layout would be, how does this relate to the existing form of development in East Allington? And how does it kind of respond and respect that existing character in accordance with our adopted policy requirements? So it would ultimately need to be considered, but it could be considered at reserved matter stage.
One other consideration here, Councillor Hodgson, is we will also be conditioning the agreement of the housing mix as part of the reserved matter, so the mix and the layout cannot be skewed by larger detached dwellings in that way.
Thank you. One of the points that has been covered by members is the question of the access and the highways. We have Mr. Hensley present today, DCC Highways Officer. Obviously, you've given approval. We saw the site. The access for most people seems sort of quite constrained, and I'd be grateful if you could give a view as to the access and how it fits in, and your reasoning for no objection to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the access is as shown on the drawings by one of the planning officers already. It's perfectly acceptable in terms of design as far as we're concerned. It complies fully with the Department for Transport's manual for streets and raises no issues from us. It provides adequate visibility in either direction. There is a nominal carriageway widening at the point of access that helps things as well. So there are no concerns from a highway perspective.
If I may just ask one question. Does this access get constrained or adjusted depending on the number of dwellings that potentially could be developed on the site?
The access as proposed is 6 metres wide. On many sites it might go as low as 4.8 metres. 6 metres is absolutely fine. We've certainly got sites with well into 3 figures access off of 6 metre roads, so no concerns from that perspective on a site of this scale and in this location.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Councillor O'Callaghan.
Thanks very much. Yeah, just in 2.5 of the report mentions that Parish Council commissioned a report on these access matters, and it also says that when asked for comments on the highway report submitted by East Allington Parish Council, the Highways Authority confirmed they had no further comments to make. I just wondered if the Highways Authority spokesman could make some comments on that report that the Parish Council took the trouble to commission, which from memory asked about surveys, speed surveys, etc. I'd be interested to hear the Highways Authority's comments on that specific report.
Thank you, Chairman, and through you. Yes, we have looked at that report. I've also seen the rebuttal statement carried out by Mr. McKechnie of SLR Consulting, and there's nothing in that rebuttal that I disagree with. Some of the suggestions in the report for the Parish Council, things like a traffic survey, all well and good, but we know the volumes of traffic in East Allington. To the west of the settlement, it's around 400 vehicles a day, so it's very, very low comparative with most settlements and villages, hamlets. So I don't think doing a survey would provide you with any further information that would actually be of substantive use. Likewise, on speed of traffic, it's a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. My experience from my site visit and my colleagues' experience from site visit is that speeds are generally quite low in the area. So again, no great concerns in that respect either. The original TA may have been slightly lacking in some of the national policy aspects, but those have already been picked up and considered by your officers as well. So as far as we were concerned, the report by Mr. Culhane, I think it was, for the parish council, didn't raise any significant concerns that suddenly made us think, well, do we need to change our position on this? There was nothing in there that did that.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Any other questions? If not, thank you. And we'll now move on to the speakers. The first person is Mark Darlison. You have a maximum of 5 minutes. If you'd like to settle in, you can switch your microphone on.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak in this forum as an objector to this application. There are several grounds on which many of us in the village are objecting, but the main points are the poor to dangerous at times single track road infrastructure serving the village, especially at the main travelling times of any day. The topography of the land in question and its natural steep gradient towards the existing properties in Lister Way. The general safety and well-being of any pedestrians due to the sporadic pavements in Dartmouth Road and or cyclists, of which there are many in the village, and an increasing ASBO issue that has even pushed the parish council to introduce CCTV in the very near future. The proposal has drawn attention to what would be an extremely dangerous access stroke junction from Dartmouth Road into any development, and will be at a critical pinch point with poor visual displays in both directions opposite the current property known as Pandora. I myself have been involved in a very painful accident, irrespective of the 20-mile-an-hour signs, not more than 100 feet from this proposal, and can attest that the road is regularly dangerous from a visibility standpoint when the hedgerows are overgrown and the road surface is riddled with potholes from frequent delivery vans or large farm machinery in and out of the village. Looking at the planning application website, there is already planning in principle granted for 5 houses opposite along Dartmouth Road, and more recently, another application for a further house directly opposite the intended access point with what could be parking for up to 5 cars. If planning goes ahead, the developer's vehicle access will be intolerable for the villagers in the general, but dangerous for the owners in Dartmouth Road itself when gaining access to their properties, and will result in an appalling junction at, again, the most critical pinch point in Dartmouth Road. Residents of Lister Way that back onto the planning site already suffer from runoff issues with partial flooding to the rear gardens. Any build and its subsequent poor drainage plan will severely affect these properties. The current suds in Laburnum Way already show signs of a potential breach when the rainfall is heavy, and exists as an example of poor planning and poor future-proofing. Our village is not sustainable, as witnessed by an overcrowded school, failing shop, lack of any employment options, and its rural and isolated situation at least 20 minutes from its nearest town, Kingsbridge. We have already lost our allotments, and the houses in the village do not sell well, staying on the market for years, not months, and a Live West house in Lister Way has been empty for 12 months. I'm not against affordable housing, but surely a better use of council tax funds would be better developing the many empty residences within our existing towns. I also have to say that during this pre-planning process, I believe that the applicant Placeland have been disingenuous in their actions and dealings with the parish. Several meetings with the parish were not attended at the last minute, with no real explanation given. They have repeatedly been flexible with their site plan representations, which originally had 30 homes stated. That rose to 35 when it was pointed out during a meeting they did attend, only to then be completely removed on their latest submission. Obviously, this was intended as a misdirection to us, and once the land with planning is sold to the highest bid from a developer, this number could rise exponentially to 40, 50, 60, and we'll have no grounds to stop this. To close, I would ask the committee to reject this application on the basis that it will not solve any housing crisis, but will possibly create a blot on our landscape and another crisis within our valued village, East Allington. The only people to benefit will be the applicant and the developer, and not the parishioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darlison. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you for your presentation. In our case officer's report, it says that there are 13 people on the housing list who would be on Devon Choice, who would associate themselves as being close to East Allington. In terms of delivering here, if there were 30 houses, it wouldn't satisfy that anyway. Do you have a comment on that in terms of, because a lot of people feel that younger people can't often move into these villages. What would be your comment on that?
My personal experience is the younger people want to get out of the village, to be honest. It's termed the village of the damned by several, because you can't sell your property, you can't rent it. People just don't want to come to the village. It's deemed as I said, we have an ASBO issue now, where people are walking the streets causing damage, damaging the playfield. I don't see how another 30, 40, 50 houses with more people to cause more problems is going to improve that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Darlison.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on to the next speaker, Lucy White. You have 5 minutes if you'd like to settle down and then start when you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. I'm the agent for the application representing the applicant, Placeland Limited. Your officers have already explained that East Allington is identified through the adopted local plan as a sustainable village with capacity to support at least 30 dwellings. There are no technical objections to these proposals from statutory consultees. The Highway Authority has agreed to the detailed vehicular and pedestrian access arrangements, which includes a segregated pedestrian link from Lister Way into the site as an alternative to pedestrians walking along Dartmouth Road to access the play park. South West Water has confirmed that the existing sewerage system has capacity to support the development. The lead local flood authority is satisfied that the surface water can be adequately addressed. There are no objections from the ecology and tree officers, and both landscape and heritage officers accept that the site is capable of supporting residential development. Consultees are satisfied that all other matters can be addressed through conditions and reserve matters. This application is the only realistic opportunity to deliver genuine affordable housing to meet the needs of this parish. As explained by your officers, this planning application would deliver new homes in the thriving towns and villages area in accordance with the settlement hierarchy. The latest annual monitoring report records around 4,500 new homes built in the TTV area over the plan period so far, of which around 30%, 1,353 homes, have been delivered on small windfall sites which do not deliver affordable housing, being below the policy threshold. This high level of small site windfalls may explain the reported shortfall in affordable housing delivery and the skewed pattern of housing delivery in the TTV area, with 463 new homes dispersed across the open countryside since 2019, compared with only 156 dwellings built in the sustainable villages over the same period. These figures provide clear evidence that more needs to be done to ensure that larger sites are brought forward at the sustainable villages. Some representations have raised concerns that the 30 dwellings have already been met through other planning permissions. However, most of the consented dwellings relate to small sites of less than 5 dwellings in the open countryside of the wider parish. They do not contribute towards policy TTV 25 and do not deliver affordable housing. This will not be achieved unless planning permission is granted for a large site on the edge of the village. There are no other current planning proposals in East Allington seeking to meet this requirement. It's important to note that that policy itself does not set a minimum or maximum figure for East Allington, and that will really be determined by site constraints and opportunities. The applicant has confirmed its commitment to deliver at least 30% affordable housing in full compliance with the local plan on the site. The Section 106 legal agreement will secure a mixed type and tenure of affordable housing, which will have been agreed with the housing officer. As noted already, there are 13 applicants registered on Devon Homes Choice with local connections to East Allington, 6 of which are in high housing need. This planning application offers the only realistic opportunity for affordable housing to be delivered in East Allington to meet those needs. The applicant has confirmed agreement to the planning conditions and obligations which are set out in the officer's report before you. That includes provision of on-site open space, off-site sports and recreation facilities, school transport, bus, and an extended 20-mile-per-hour speed limit zone. Delivery of housing on the site will also secure the much-needed replacement of the local play equipment in the village play area and provide the opportunity to re-provide and enlarge the village allotments, which were lost last year following eviction from their former site. It's also worth noting the school has capacity to accommodate the pupils generated by the development. The applicant has already committed to enter into a planning performance agreement with the council for pre-application advice on the reserve matters proposals. They recognise the importance of this exercise as a precursor to the submission of a reserve matters application to establish an acceptable capacity, layout and design. The starting point for determining all planning applications is the development plan, and as outlined by your officers, this application fully accords with the up-to-date policies of the adopted local plan and aligns with the spatial strategy, delivering much needed housing and affordable housing in sustainable locations. I would therefore urge you to support your officer's recommendation and resolve to grant planning permission subject to the planning conditions and legal agreement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms White. Members, any questions? Councillor O'Callaghan?
Yeah, am I correct that previous application actually gave numbers of housing? If so, why has that been changed?
It was the same application and that suggested up to 35 houses. There were, as outlined within the committee report, there were some concerns raised by the Heritage and Landscape officers regarding the layout that we had submitted to support that number of units, and they felt further work was needed to get the right layout effectively and scale. So it was advised by the officers that the best way through this would be to deal with the layout and the scale at reserve matters stage, and to remove the reference to the numbers at this stage so that there was flexibility for all parties, particularly for the local authority who didn't wish to be hamstrung, I suppose, by a figure of 35 if ultimately a lower figure was deemed to be more acceptable.
I don't really understand why you can't just say up to 35.
Well, I would tend to agree that that there is, merit in that, and that's perhaps something that the officers would be better placed to advise on. We felt that we were giving the flexibility that clearly if you're saying up to 35, it could be less than that. But the advice we were given was to remove the reference to numbers to give the officers the full flexibility.
Can I bring in Ms Stewart just to respond to that? Thank you.
Yeah. So from the council's perspective, if we were to grant outline consent for up to 35, that would sort of set in stone from a legal planning perspective, 35 dwellings on the site was acceptable. Based on the information that was presented with the application originally and the submitted site layout, the Heritage and Landscape officers were not satisfied that 35 dwellings could be accommodated on the site and still be acceptable in terms of impact on the setting of the listed church, and also acceptable in terms of the landscape character impact of the development. So the advice that was ultimately given was to remove the layout from the application, so that the application is only seeking to establish the principle of it. Quite a lot of further detailed analysis work would need to be undertaken by whoever wanted to bring this site forward, if consent were to be granted, to demonstrate that any detailed layout that they came forward with was actually acceptable in terms of its landscape and heritage impacts. So that was the logic.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any further questions of Ms. White? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Earlier I asked about the option of a constraint in terms of the the area within the red line, which would be then proposed for development. Have you any comments to make on that? What would that be acceptable to accept a constraint on the area that could be developed to try and sort of constrain the site so people could understand more what may be or not forthcoming, rather than just sort of at the current free-for-all, which is what it feels like?
I appreciate your position. The earlier iteration of the application had sought to do that and showed an illustrative layout and parameters plan which directed the development to the north of the larger field, sort of generally coming about as far south as where it says allotment gardens, and just perhaps a little further around there. And the southern part of that field and everything then to your left to the west would have been undeveloped greenfield. The only reason for having that smaller field and that funny little corridor that goes through to the road was to facilitate the drainage works, which would all be below ground. I anticipate that you would still be looking at a similar sort of arranged general focus of development, because the access is fixed. You're going to bring the development as close to the access as you can. Where the officers wanted the additional flexibility was so that we could flex that footprint of development, if you like, to accommodate the views through to the church and to create the form of development which they're going to be satisfied with from a landscape and particularly heritage point of view. So if we were to limit it and say we shall keep it to the north of a line around where the allotment gardens says, for example, then that may just constrain unnecessarily the development if the officers felt actually we wanted a bit more breathing space in the middle of the layout and bring the development slightly further south. But that would certainly be something that will be constrained at the reserve matter stage, and there'll be that further opportunity to say, well, is this taking the development too far across the site? But certainly the site is significantly larger than is necessary to accommodate 35, 30 dwellings, whatever, at that sort of density that we would expect. So there is some wriggle room in there, but I think the next stage for us is to have that pre-application engagement with the officers to agree the principles which will establish what that layout and footprint should be.
Thank you, Ms. White. Just one more short question.
Yeah, the drainage assessments that have been carried out for this site so far, most recent is in response to issues that were raised by the Parish Council and also the drainage engineers at Devon County Council. And the response essentially is saying, oh, well, when we come up with our ARM, we'll sort it out then. Given the issues that have happened in recent months with drainage, which has affected people's houses due to storms, and the issues that have been raised already today around drainage concerns, what would be your comments? I mean, how confident are you that there is not going to be a problem? Because, again, it seems that once we get to ARM, it's like it's a foregone conclusion that we're all set to go, and therefore we just accommodate whatever we can, as opposed to really very serious concerns that need to be addressed, sooner rather than later, because we're talking about the people that live there, their homes.
Thank you for raising that. In terms of drainage, we have put two options for surface water drainage of the site as a drainage strategy. One is on-plot infiltration. The other is through surface water attenuation. So those are two viable options, and the lead local flood authority is satisfied that that provides a way forwards which they can be that they can rely upon. Their concern was in terms of infiltration, whether the whether that was supported by surveys of the ground conditions, and further surveys would be needed before that could be relied upon fully. But if that were not to work, the attenuation scheme would work as an alternative, and such an attenuation basin could be accommodated in that smaller field below where it says East Allington. The lead local flood authority would expect that any drainage design that comes forward causes no harm to any third party land, and any proposals should achieve greenfield runoff rates, which could well improve upon the existing situation when you factor in taking account of climate change and other factors. So there is the statutory consultees are satisfied. The South West Water are satisfied that the foul sewer has capacity and the combined sewer there. So there are no capacity issues, and clearly there's still considerable work to do in terms of bringing together a detailed strategy, and that will form part of the reserve matters and be able for further consultation on that.
Thank you, Ms White. Any other questions? If there are no other questions, thank you, Ms White. Can we move to the next speaker, Parish Councillor Mr Northrop?
Good morning, Chairman, District Councillors. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Forgive me if I'm a little bit hoarse. I'm just recovering from. As you are aware, East Allington is essentially a rural village with access through two single-track roads to the A38. One being on the Kingsbridge side and the other being the Dartmouth side. The Totnes side. The road, Dartmouth Road, is accessed from the Totnes entrance, and that is where we get most of our very heavy traffic. Dartmouth Road is essentially a single track road where parked cars and blind spots do exist. Traffic loading, as I said, is very heavy at certain times, especially during the school run, and the highway survey of 400 traffic movements per day does not reflect traffic movements during high times of traffic movement, school runs, etc., etc., and also including agricultural vehicles, as my colleague mentioned, and heavy goods vehicles. So, the vehicle does become blocked many times with agricultural vehicles on Efford Corner, and it blocks the whole village because they cannot get out either through the Kingsbridge Road or the Totnes Road. We did employ Nick Culhane by the Parish Council because we were desperately worried through very intense Parish Council meetings and public forums, and I did mention in my report that change of access may be an option. This is certainly off the cards because I did mention that change of access may be available through part of the play area. This is Parish Council land and won't be available. So just really to reiterate the site, this particular map here, the Parish Council were unaware that we had this ribbon of land going towards the church. As I understand, that is not on the portal, so we weren't able to comment on that. So I'll just mention that in passing. So the site is above the village, overlooking non-designated heritage asset residences towards the listed church, St Andrew's Church. There's a gradient down to the southeast corner to properties in Lister Way and down to Dartmouth Road. The new site plan at the meeting, I've mentioned that, I'm sorry. The extra, and I think that there was various reports in the in objections, which the parish council are fully aware of, in particular the Southam Society, which Richard Howell has submitted, which is quite a comprehensive and eloquent report. The field was recommended to be semi-improved grassland. In fact, it is prime meadow. Public footpaths, as mentioned before, go on the outside of the eastern boundary and travel along the southern boundary of the development. Devon and Cornwall Police, in their report, are unhappy about security on the eastern boundary. We noted this in our meeting. So I may move on to flood risk, which my colleague had reported. A recent report from the Environment Agency on the 5th of October has indicated that we are having increased incidence of higher than average rainfall. Hydrock in the documents report that no plans exist for no adequate drainage, so therefore there are no engineering controls in place, no SUDs, and I think that these need to be addressed because the water does, during periods of heavy rainfall, run into the residences of Lister Way, and through Lister Way into the SUDs by the village shop. Those SUDs become overloaded and then flow down the road towards Addlehole and Greenhill, and that goes into the field west of Addlehole and Greenhill, where the field has now become quite marshy. Grazing isn't possible on certain parts of it. So there needs to be greater plans for surface water drainage. There have been incidences with foul water draining from Lister Way into Addlehole, and I think the earlier plans did indicate that the foul water exits were going to be through via Lister Way and also down past St Andrew's Church. There's concern by the people of Addlehole that their gardens will again become flooded with foul water. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Northrop. Any questions? If there are no questions, thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. If we can now move on to the ward member, Councillor Lawford. Thank you.
Hello. I, for one, have personally experienced a lack of housing in the area, so I'm not like massively opposed to housing being built. However, the reason I brought it to committee is the lack of genuinely affordable housing being put in. I know, Lucy, that you mentioned genuinely affordable housing, but would there be social housing within the affordable housing? So the joint local plan recommendation is 30 houses. Obviously, the plot is 35 houses, up to 35 houses, and also there's another development gone through opposite with the 5 houses being built, obviously, which is 40. And this joint local plan, the recommended houses is up to 2034, so that's obviously made the quota already. Maybe, I don't know if it's possible to like put a cap on the houses, like on the number of houses being built, because that's a worry that they'll then be brought in that there's a load more houses afterwards. I feel like the access to the site is not big enough, and it is worrying. I just worry about children walking down there. I know there's the thing for Lister Way, but I just feel like when I was there was cars whizzing up and down there, and it's a bit, I feel like it's dangerous, but that's obviously not for me to say. And also, the agent stated there could be at least 30 new houses in East Allington. However, the joint local plan actually says around 30 new houses. Yeah, that's all really I've got to say today.
Thank you, Councillor Lawford. Any questions of Councillor Lawford? No? Thank you. That concludes the speakers. Can I move into the debate by members on this application? Thank you. Councillor Hodgson.
As was raised by the Parish Council, Councillor Northrop rather, the Southam Society has made a very substantial submission to this, and they've raised a couple of issues that I'm just like to have really clarified by the by the case officer to start us off in this bit of debate. First of all, they challenge that this planning application should state with all matters reserved except access, because if we're not careful, we're falling into a kind of a I would be concerned about falling into maybe accidental a trap that if we haven't got certain things actually really lined up at this stage, then it's like we've left the gate wide open. So I would just like to comment on that. And the other point is that there's been made is oh, sorry, I can't remember. Hang on, give me 1 second. Yeah, the actual numbers, the design and access statement that was submitted with the original application, which still has the same planning application number. Are we ending up with a bit of a mixed muddle that we're being told at this stage that the numbers are off, but actually if the DNA for this is still sitting on that site with 35 written on it, are we then sort of by default accepting that or not? So I just wanted to be really clear about what we're actually agreeing to or being asked to agree to, and where is that evidenced to make sure that we're really clear.
Ms. Stewart, do you wish to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. If members could turn to the draft list of conditions in the committee report. I do appreciate the application has got a bit, the submission documents on the council website are a bit confused because there's been a lot of dialogue with this application. In terms of what the permission would actually be, condition 1, as recommended, makes it clear what the outstanding reserve matters would be. And then condition, which is appearance, layout, scale and landscaping, hereafter called the reserve matters. And condition 3, as recommended, lists the 2 approved documents that would be approved as part of this. The design and access statement is deliberately not one of those documents. The only documents that would be recommended to be included on any decision notice would be the location plan, which identifies the site, which is the plan that you can see on the screen now, and the detailed highways drawing, which is also shown on the document. Those are the only 2 documents that would actually be approved as part of this application. I hope that clarifies.
You didn't address the point where Councillor Hodgson raised all matters reserved, because the development does say with some matters reserved.
Yeah, it should say all matters reserved without access, apart from access.
That would, in fairness, that would be a better way of phrasing it. But the conditions that are recommended make it clear from a planning perspective what would actually be approved and what would still to be approved at reserve matters stage.
Can somebody provide, because we have been caught out in the past with the actual wording of what was approved. I wonder if there's an officer or perhaps Mr. Fairburn could address this in some way, because I know there have been issues in the past when it's come before committee that there have been questions about the terminology in the application title, and I think that's why Councillor Hodgson is raising this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman. As the as case officer has said, so I'm getting a lot of echo, so apologies. As the case officer has said, the conditions will regulate the development that has taken place, and therefore the conditions will identify those matters that are reserve matters and on which applications are required. So yes, one in an ideal world might have described the application slightly differently, but the conditions will do everything that you need in terms of identifying what matters have been approved and what matters are still to be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. Councillor Hodgson, does that address?
Not entirely, because I think maybe what we should actually put in maybe is an additional condition that, you know, this application is based on the understanding that all matters are reserved except for access, and then it gives us something to put a nail into for next time round. Because otherwise, it's, you know, something else can get slipped in. It's like, well, you didn't absolutely say it. I think we've been caught out a few times, and I just think it's really important that we don't allow gaps that, you know, I'm sure most developers wouldn't slip it, you know, try, but it's. I think we just need to be really careful.
Do we have a comment, Mr. Wagstaff?
Thank you very much, Chair. I thought it might just be useful to add to what David said, and apologies, I'm getting feedback now as well. Okay, I'll keep going. Hopefully the echo isn't too bad. I think what is really important here is, you know, subject to members' ultimate decision on the application were it to be approved, the conditions set out, including that which requires the submission of the reserved matters, would appropriately ensure that those matters are properly addressed with it. Equally, I think it's relevant to note that when those reserved matters applications come in, there is the opportunity for further conditions to be placed on the application to ensure that those details, or those which are, you know, potentially not fully satisfied within the reserved matters applications, are controlled prior to the commencement of development or prior to the relevant stage. I feel that those two elements of matters coming together would ensure that, you know, an acceptable form of development, once the principle has been established by an outline, would be able to guide the development of the site going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. Could you just sort of, for those who are online, we know who you are, just to confirm your role? Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. My name is Alistair Wagstaff. I'm the Assistant Director of Planning for South Hams and West Devon Councils.
Thank you. Mr. Fairbairn, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I said, or I referred to that there should be a condition identifying the reserved matters, and indeed there is. Condition 1 on the proposed list of conditions identifies what matters are reserved for future applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Abbott, then Councillor Rake.
Okay. I'm content to go along with the professional statements by the case officers. You'll have heard our philosophical difficulty over this, and I would like it addressed at some other occasion. But on this particular application, I shall just go along with the case officer's assurance. As to this application, our overall position is that we are in a housing emergency, and it is intriguing to hear of a local difference in East Allington, of houses not selling and of a rented property not being filled. And I can't explain, well, I can't explain the latter. But overall, this district needs more houses, and amongst those, there will be those which, by Westminster definition, are called affordable, whatever you should think about that. For the principle of development of a site here within, right adjacent to an existing town, where the only shop is within walkable distance, where the school is in walkable distance, where there will be an improvement, according to the report, on the numbers of children walking to the school rather than being driven, because the school would be filled with local children rather than those being driven in, it seems to me that this is an appropriate site. And I have not yet heard an argument that really counteracts that principle. And at the moment I am minded to accept the officer's proposal. I will listen to the rest of the debate.
Can I say, was that you are not moving, but you're listening? Councillor Rake?
Thank you, Chairman, and forgive my ignorance, but with all matters apart from access reserved, is it theoretically possible that we would never find an acceptable development on this site?
It is theoretically possible, yeah.
Councillor Nix?
Yes, I mean, this is more of a comment than anything else. Obviously, we're looking at outline planning on this today. However, I would just note the conditions for the S106, which obviously should be brilliant, you know, for the village in itself, because it'll have more money to provide more community assets and services. Just want to be careful that those are implemented and we don't go all slopey shouldered on the S106s like has happened in other places, so that we can support the community if this development was to go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Nix.
Just to say on that basis, so what if members were minded to approve this application, Section 106 would be drafted in accordance with the planning officer's report, and then it's just only at the point at which that has been signed that the planning decision gets issued.
Thank you. Any further comments? I've got a question, Mr. Baker or Ms. Stewart, with regard to Section 106, with regard to the housing mix and tenure, because obviously we've had the opportunity to read the report and others, but I wonder if you can clarify what the Section 106 would give in terms of the mix and tenure, because obviously it's been raised by the ward member.
So the Section 106 would have to secure a minimum 30% affordable housing, as is required by policy and as is set out in the officer report. In terms of the actual wording within that, because there aren't any numbers associated with the development at that stage, sort of the exact split is yet to be agreed. I think condition, bear with me whilst I just find it.
Are you looking at condition 21?
That was the one I was looking for, thank you. Yeah, so condition 21 requires the reserve matters application for layout and or scale to be accompanied by details of how the detailed proposal responded in terms of housing mix type and size of units to local housing need, so that the council would have that control as well.
And just to confirm, there is no housing needs survey existing for the village?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Hodgson, then Councillor Rake. Councillor Rake.
It's very kind of you, Councillor Hodgson. Thank you. I note that we have got think it's a condition. There was concern raised. We've heard the East Allington characterised as the village of the damned, which seems a little harsh. There are conditions on employment facilities and contributions. Could you just talk us through that a little? Because obviously they were also raised in representations, and it's something that could address both the damned nature of East Allington and those representations.
So condition 25, which I think is probably the one that you are referring to, refers to a requirement for an employment and skills plan to be submitted as part of the reserve matters. That is a policy requirement on all major development proposals, and sort of the purpose of it is to sort of provide opportunities for local employment skills and training as part of the construction process. So there would be sort of opportunities for local young people to potentially get employment on the site whilst it was being built out. So there would be sort of short-term benefit in terms of employment, because obviously once the development was completed, the opportunity within the village for employment would cease. But obviously those young people or old people could use those skills to then sort of gain future employment elsewhere. So that's kind of what that requirement is talking about. Phil, do you want to add anything to that?
Only in as much as obviously it's not a mixed use application in itself, so there's no expectation of on-site employment or contribution to employment. It's more of a short-term condition to ensure that there are fully utilised opportunities there for local people to work within the development itself, so that it's not just a large development firm that comes in from elsewhere.
Thank you, Councillor Rake.
I mean, I have to admit that I was leaning towards supporting this until I heard that. I think the applicant, I know, was involved in a development in Black Autumn, which brought with it a number, well, hopefully will bring with it a number of employment units involved in the development, and I think that's a model that has a great deal of merit. And knowing East Allington, I think that it is something that could help there too. And it seems a shame. And I wonder if this is something that could be introduced later in the process, or if, as Councillor Hodgson and Councillor Abbott have expressed concern about what we're ruling in and ruling out, if this is our last shot at encouraging that.
So in terms of the application that's under consideration, it is purely for residential development with associated access and not for any employment units that would be available longer term.
One thing that is worth considering though, Councillor, is that in and around East Allington, you've got the likes of Tor Quarry, you've got access to Kingsbridge and other local employment centres. There will be people already working in those locations that may well benefit from living in closer proximity in East Allington. So that there may well be associated benefits to people moving into this location rather than a kind of tangible on-site benefit, as it were.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to take the bold plunge here and propose that we accept, we approve based on the officer's recommendation, but I would like to tighten up a couple of the conditions, if I may. I think condition 1 should have a sort of a sentence tucked in at the beginning of the, I'm looking at the the conditions in full, and I think condition 1 should have at the beginning, all reserve matters to be determined except access, and then it goes on to details of blah, blah, blah. I think there should be an additional condition, which is looking at solar orientation of all properties to enable maximum solar gain and support sustainable development towards passive housing standards, because that was a problem at Black Autumn, if I remember, Councillor Rake. None of those houses were solar orientated. And I think that would tighten it up enough for us to be able to determine it. I think what Councillor Abbott said regarding the need for housing. You know, the sustainable, I've always objected, as people in this committee will know, to what I think was not a sustainable settlement pattern in the joint local plan, because, you know, a number of housing developments were sort of loaded into big suburban developments, which I think really does undermine the whole of the South Hams. So having some subtle, smaller developments permitted in some of the sustainable villages and parishes does enable some of the comments that have been raised about, you know, this little village suffering from not having maybe enough vibrancy. I think there's a potential for vibrancy to be included. We all saw the rather, you know, sort of the shop, which is just a shipping container, and it seems that you know, more housing could actually support a local shop, especially with many of the people on the housing list are families, and this is a possibility to accommodate some of those needs, and hopefully has a very positive potential for smaller villages. So I propose we support the officer on that basis.
We have a proposer. Do we have a seconder?
I will second it.
Thank you.
Could I just mention, so if you would like the additional conditions to be imposed, I would suggest that the application is delegated to the head of development management to agree the wording of those conditions with the chair, the vice chair, and the proposer.
Yeah, but ensure that that kind of tightening up is included, please.
Councillor Rake.
I realise I'm puzzled. I know that drainage is mentioned in condition 4, but I'm surprised that it isn't specifically named in condition 1. Is there a scope to move it up there as a specific reserved matter that needs sorting?
Drainage isn't actually a reserved matter. The reserved matters are prescribed by the government, so in that sense it's not. There is a further condition on drainage at I think if you found, yeah, it's not condition 4, it's condition 8 is the main drainage condition.
Thank you.
Could I just ask a question of the planning officers and perhaps Mr. Baker? If as and when a planning approval comes through, we have a red line round the fields, and that, say, a development is built out, is there an ability sort of during the reserve matters to, as has been said, sterilise or prevent any further development within that red line site?
In terms of any detailed consent that came forward as reserve matters under this outline, it would be quite clearly shown on any drawings that would be approved where development was going to take place. We couldn't actually stop anybody from submitting a future planning application to develop on parts of the site that weren't originally approved as being developed on, but obviously that application would come before the council to be determined at a later date if that were to happen.
It was a strange sidebar question. No.
Just on that, councillor, if the original consent has been implemented, part of the planning balance and consideration for a future application will be the fact that the indicative housing figure has already been largely contributed to by a previous application, so that would weigh heavily against any future proposal.
Thank you. Right, any further comments? If not, we have a proposer and a seconder to accept the officer's recommendation of conditional approval subject to the section 106 agreement completion, and we have adjustments to...
David wants to speak.
Sorry. David. Councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just say that the wording that is suggested for condition for the reserve matters condition in the draft in the report is the standard form of wording that was part of Circular 1195 issued by the government as a model condition. So I would suggest that there's potentially no need for any further amendment to it. but it's a matter for members.
Councillor Hodgson, as you proposed it.
Well, I hear what you say, Mr. Fairburn, but actually the problem is that it's that the title in the planning application is what's at fault here, it seems. And so to make sure we catch that, that's why I'm suggesting that additional line. So in many ways, you could say that item 1 remains as is. I'm just adding an extra sentence in there to tighten it up, because as you can see, it says layout, scale, and landscaping. But as has been pointed out, we've got an issue around drainage, which if you've read through the documents, you'll see is actually said that will be addressed at ARM. And we've also got an issue around numbers. We've got very, very limited information to go on with this. So I'm very wobbly actually on proposing it with so little to go on, but that's why I'm trying to tighten it up. And I'm also looking at, I think, quite very strong advice, in fairness, from Southam Society. And I think this is the way that we can actually just tighten it up. So while it might be a model, I don't think we're constrained by it as much as I appreciate what you say.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson. Thank you, Mr. Fairburn, for your advice. As has been said, it's a model. I would like now to move this to the vote, please. We have a proposer and seconder. Can I have a vote for all those in favour of the officer recommendation? And those against? That application.
Was there an abstention?
Is there an abstention?
I voted for.
Sorry. That application is therefore approved as the officer recommendation. Thank you, everybody. That concludes that application. Can I thank the officer and Mr. Hensley from DCC Highways for attending. And I'll just, as there are a number of people here from East Allington and we have an officer changeover, I will ask for a 5-minute break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, members, we returned and we move on to agenda item 6B, application number 1639234. The case officer is Chloe Allen. Miss Allen, can you take us through your report, please? Thank you.
Thank you. So, yep, the application is for land at Three Corners Workshop in Halwell. The proposal is for the provision of a rural workers' dwelling. It's being called to committee by the ward member due to the subjective nature of the assessment of whether the size of the proposed dwelling is acceptable and the range of sizes identified by the agricultural consultant as being suitable. This is the application site, quite a zoomed out image. So the application site is down here. You've got Morley and Halwell to the north. The A381 runs along here, and this is a C road, which is Morley Cross to Stanborough. There are 3 ancient monuments to the east of the site, but beyond the road and additional landscape in between. This is a more zoomed in image showing the application site, which is here. To the north is the agricultural storage building, which is associated with the applicant's business. East is the agricultural supply store and the yard areas, which are used for the storage of agricultural machinery and vehicles, again, all in association with the applicant's business. The top left image is the site location plan. So the red outline is quite large, but this does include a limited area for the domestic curtilage, which is here. And to the south and the west is the areas which would be used for strategic planting and drainage. This is from the LVIA just to show the topography of the wider area. So the application site is quite small, but it's in the middle here. The dark green areas are higher land levels. So you can see that the application site is at a higher point in the landscape with it sloping down to the west. This is the existing site plan. So you've got the agricultural storage barn to the north, and then the dwelling would go in here. This is an existing field access currently and would be used for part of the proposed development. This is the proposed site plan, so you can see the access using the existing field access. This is the proposed dwelling, parking and turning area, and the limitation on the domestic curtilage is shown on this plan. This is the ground floor plan. So the areas in yellow are the areas which are proposed in connection with the business, and the white areas are the domestic space. The domestic space is 184 square metres. The non-domestic space shown in yellow is 41 square metres, and then a carport is proposed at 42 square metres. This is the first floor plan, all containing domestic space, so it's a 3-bedroom dwelling. These are the proposed elevations. So top left is the east elevation, which would face the sea road. The west elevation is the elevation that would face into the landscape. And then you've got below that the south elevation, and then to the right is the north elevation, and at the bottom is a section through the site which does show that there would be some land level changes. So this is being measured as a maximum of 1.5 metres increase here. This is the wider landscape strategy. So there is a lot of landscaping proposed as part of this development to assist in screening the dwelling, mainly from the west and the north. So the landscaping includes native tree and shrub planting, new hedge banks, a wildflower meadow, tussocky grassland, and a variety of tree planting within the domestic curtilage as well. And this is the same landscape strategy, but specifically for the domestic curtilage. And again, some more detail, but for the wider site, excluding the curtilage area. This is the drainage plan. So the surface water will go to an existing attenuation pond to the west of the site, and the foul to a sewage treatment plant, which would then both drain to the watercourse, which is along the north boundary. Next few slides are images from the applicant's LVIA, which was submitted, just to show some wider views across the site. So this is looking from, the top one, sorry, is from the existing field access looking southwest. And the bottom is from the same access, but looking across the area where the dwelling would be located. So looking northwest. The top image on here is taken from a section of Howell and Morley Bridleway, number 53, looking east towards the site. The red arrows on these are where you can see the application site, although it's quite obviously a small image, but you can see it in the distance. And the bottom one is taken from a section of Back Road looking southwest towards, southeast towards the site. Again, the application site can be seen here. This is taken from an unnamed lane close to Bickham Grange looking east towards the site. And the bottom one is from the unnamed lane near Captain looking east towards the site again, so you can see it in the distance here. And this is from the section of Farley Cross looking southeast towards the site. There's some closer up photographs. This is from the A381 from the south looking north, so you can see the existing agricultural building between the tree here, and the dwelling would be sat in front of this. This is along the sea road, so the boundary to the left hand side is the eastern boundary of the site, so the dwelling would be sat on the opposite side of this hedge bank, and on the east is the applicant's existing business, so the agricultural supply store is in here, which is shown there. Again, this is the existing access into the application site, so the dwelling would be sat here in front of the agricultural building, looking directly west from the access, and closer up across the dwelling, looking southwest. And then this is as you're approaching from the north. This is from a Google Street Scene image, because unfortunately the quality was poor from the site visit photo, but you can see a glimpse of the site here. Again, the application site is on the right hand side, so it'd be behind these trees. And this is the access into the existing yard, storage area and the agricultural building. And again, that's the eastern boundary of the application site. Again, the yard area. And this is just to show the hedge bank that's screening the existing agricultural building. And looking towards the application site where the dwelling would be located, so it being here. And looking southwest again across the application site. So in terms of the planning history, outline planning permission was granted on the 28th of February 2022, with all matters reserved for a permanent occupational/rural workers dwelling. The rural workers dwelling is required in connection with the applicant's business, which is known as Martin Pears Engineering Limited. The business includes the sale of agricultural machinery, equipment and supplies, and machinery repairs and agricultural contracting operations. The application had been recommended for refusal by officers, but was granted by the planning committee subject to a condition regarding the size of the dwelling, which is here below. So the size was limited to 140 square metres. This is just showing a comparison of the red outline area, which was for the approved outline planning permission. So it was roughly 1,000 square metres curtilage area. And on the right is the site location plan for the current proposal, which has increased to approximately 2,000 square metres for the curtilage area. There was also a full planning application for the provision of a rural workers dwelling, which was withdrawn following confirmation that the application would be recommended for refusal due to concerns regarding the landscape impacts and design and the size of the dwelling not being commensurate with the functional needs of the business. So it has changed from the floor spaces which were proposed for this withdrawn application. It has been reduced in size, which is shown on these plans. So this is the withdrawn application. So it was 351 square meters total floor spaces, floor space including all areas, and the floor space excluding the non-domestic areas, and the carport was 250 square meters. And then this is just to show the comparison in size. So it has been reduced to 267 square meters and 184 square meters when you exclude the non-domestic space in the carport. These are the floor plans for the withdrawn application. And this is the current proposal, just to show that reduction in the size. In terms of the key issues, the main issue is the principle of development. So the granting of the outline planning permission established the principle of a rural workers dwelling at this location, but with a maximum floor area of 140 square meters. The key issue is whether there is an essential need for a dwelling of the size proposed. Whilst there are no floor space thresholds in the NPPF near JLP regarding the scale that would be appropriate for a rural workers dwelling, it is clear that dwelling should only be permitted in the countryside in exceptional circumstances, such as where there's an essential need for a rural worker to live permanently at or near their place of work in the countryside, and where the development responds to a proven agricultural, forestry, or other occupational need. And a rural workers dwelling should be of a size commensurate with the established functional requirements of the enterprise, rather than those of the owner or occupier. The agricultural consultant considers there to be no special circumstances or specific requirements of the enterprise that would mean the dwelling should be as large as that proposed in this application. Their comments do refer to 2 appeal decisions for agricultural worker dwellings on sites in North Dorset District Council, where in both cases it was considered 140 square meters was sufficient for a 3-bedroom agricultural workers dwelling. Officers accept that a modest-sized 3-bedroom dwelling would meet the essential needs for the rural business. However, the plot size and the dwelling size proposed is not considered to be commensurate with the functional requirements of the enterprise, and therefore the principle is not considered to comply with SPT 1 and 2, DEB 15 and TTV 26 of the JLP. A further issue is the landscape and design impacts. So an LVIA was submitted which concludes that whilst the receiving landscape is of medium value, the magnitude of the development is low with a small number of localised receptor viewpoints. It stated that with a sensitively designed residential property and the landscape mitigation measures proposed, that there would be a neutral or minor beneficial landscape and visual effect. Officers do accept that once the landscaping does become established, it may screen the development to an extent. However, even with the landscaping in place, due to the prominence of the site, the design and size of the dwelling, the changes in the land levels, the chosen external wall material, which is mostly render, and the large area of land that will be changed to residential curtilage, it's considered the proposal would erode the open and rural characteristics of the site, failing to conserve or enhance the site and its surroundings, and would result in an incongruous design more appropriate in a suburban context rather than this countryside location. Therefore, the proposal is considered to be contrary to TTV 26, DEB 20 and DEB 23 of the JLP and paragraph 174 of the NPPF. There is also a reason for refusal relating to the measures which have been incorporated in response to the requirements of DEB 32 of the local plan. So whilst a number of sustainability measures have been incorporated into the design, including the provision of solar panels, it's considered that insufficient information has been provided to demonstrate that the proposed development will secure an equivalent 20% carbon saving through on-site renewable energy generation as required by M1 of the local authority's climate emergency planning statement. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Ms. Allen. Members, do you have any questions of Ms. Allen?
Thank you, Ms. Allen. I'd like to go to the first of the dual pictures of the landscape. And on the lower one, there's a bank supporting that shed, how does that bank tie up with the proposed embankment for the house?
Sorry, I'll just get to the landscaping plan. There you go. So you can see it's this area here is the hedge bank that's to the south of the existing agricultural building, so it would be retained, but also substitute planting around that as well.
Sorry, I don't think we're there yet. The house is going to be built on some sort of raised platform. I'm wondering about how that new platform is in size, in vertical height compared to that platform on which the shed is built.
So unfortunately, we haven't got any site sections going vertically through the site. We've only got the horizontal section through. It is something that could be secured. You could require a condition for existing and proposed levels to get that confirmation, but we don't have that at the moment.
Okay. Can we go to the views from the minor road at the entrance gateway that you took in, and you were looking north towards the proposed house site? So can you estimate how far it'll be to the west the plot will extend compared to what we're seeing now? And you haven't got heights, but could you estimate the height of the proposed house in comparison to that existing shed?
I think we would need more sections going vertically, through the site to understand that full relationship.
Councillor Rake.
Can we go to the first key considerations or key issues slide? The bullet point that starts, whilst there are no floor space thresholds in the MPPF and JLP, the last sentence of that a rural worker's dwelling should not be of a size commensurate with the established functional requirements. In the agricultural consultant's report, that's referred to as coming from the now defunct PPS7 Annex A. Has it sort of lived on in some other way, or is that? I'm just wondering what the force of that in policy is.
So we rely on the agricultural consultant for all of our agricultural dwellings, and it is his. He considered previously with PPP7 that it was a function on a financial requirement. He tends to use this when he's assessing agricultural workers' dwellings in a broad way rather than in a specific way, and therefore he does have a view as to, obviously he sees lots of them, as to how large a dwelling should be for an agricultural worker, or in this case obviously a worker associated with the agricultural business. So it's not written in stone in policy anymore, but it is something that he tends to refer to, and I think also by others by virtue of the appeal decisions that were mentioned in the presentation.
Any other questions?
Thank you. I mean, just also in your report, Ms. Allen, you make reference to the National Space Standards. Struggling to find it. or has that, you certainly did at one stage, I don't know if it's still in there. 1.7, and you acknowledge that. I'm just wondering, for me, the national space standards are a kind of tick and move on exercise. If they meet the standard, then they're of no further, and indeed the standards themselves say that they're relevant only in determining compliance with the standard and have no other statutory meaning or use. We're agreed on that, are we?
The reference to the national space standards was put in there just as a general guide to help have an understanding of what is accepted as a minimum standard for a 3-bedroom dwelling. So I appreciate that is a minimum standard, which is referenced in the report as well, but it's just to provide additional information on what would generally be accepted as that minimum.
So, sorry, Chair, but to be clear, this application meets the minimum standard.
Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Hodge.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to ask really what kind of average size most farmhouses are, because this is what we're looking at. It's not just a rural workers' dwelling, it's actually farmhouses, and farmhouses are very much part of the South Hams landscape. And, they vary hugely, obviously they do. But often a rural workers' dwelling, as it might be termed, would in the past have been some of the small cottages that we would see kind of sometimes 2 or 3 in a row, and very much loved, often lived in now by people who are nothing to do with the living in the landscape, but actually just living there, not actually part of a rural worker. But farmhouses have traditionally been quite large, just to accommodate often an extended family, often more than one member of the family very actively involved in the farm. It can be the sort of next generation would be, 2 generations could be involved in the farming, and that means that we keep going. And I just wonder really about what we're constraining here by saying, well, you have to have absolute minimum to kind of just, accommodate you. And if we've got a problem in farming these days, that many people who are farming are the older generation, and they're finding it a real struggle to persuade the next generation to step into their shoes or welly boots, or whatever you might call it. And I just think it's something that we should be mindful of when we're looking at what we're saying here. I think I'd like to feel that we're looking at a farmhouse rather than just a small rural workers' cottage is what we could be assessing on. So my question is really, what is the average size of a farmhouse in the South Hams?
Councillor Hodgson, Ms Houselander will come back on that.
So firstly, this is not a farmhouse. It's a house for the people that operate the agricultural business on the other side of the road. So it's not a farmhouse. So I don't think it's correct to compare it to farmhouses as per se, because the people occupying it are not farming the land. They are running an agricultural business on the other side of the road. I can't give you an average for a farmhouse. They vary hugely, I imagine. In this case, the reason for the application was based around a need for somebody to be living nearby the agricultural business, primarily, I think, for security reasons, and to be able to get to the business quickly if needed. So I don't believe that. So therefore, the previous application where the size was limited was based upon advice from an agricultural consultant to say, if you were, if it was a dwelling which was required for an agricultural worker, often they are 3-bedroom dwellings. I don't know why, they often are 3-bedroom dwellings. And his response was the response that was put on the planning condition on the first application. I don't think for a minute, in terms of the report, that the case officer has said it should be the minimum size, but what is being said is that actually it's much larger than even if you took the minimum and added some, it's still much larger again. Is the emphasis upon which the report and the recommendation is made.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Rake.
Well, we've got it up here, but it's worded slightly differently here. Sometimes the reference to the outline application says uses the word guideline floor space, and here it just says maximum floor area. I was a bit puzzled where it says guideline. What do we know what the word guideline is doing in there? I mean, if you're up to a maximum, then you're up to a maximum. It's not a guideline at all. It's just a limit.
The word maximum was put in the planning condition on the outline consent. It wasn't?
No.
Oh, sorry.
So it was a guideline is 140 square meters. Apologies, it maybe is the incorrect word to say maximum on here. However, again, it is a guideline of 140 square meters, and what's proposed is significantly bigger than that.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Ms. Allen. And we'll move on to the speakers. We do not have an objector. We have the supporter, Ms. Burden, please. You have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members. As you've heard, excuse me, outline planning approval.
Could you just ask when you need your slides?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, thank you. Outline approval was granted in 2021 for a rural workers dwelling to serve this important rural business, which offers a 24-hour service for local farmers to buy parts, have machinery repaired, both at site and on farms. The proposed dwelling has an open plan kitchen and separate living room downstairs, together with an office, utility and boot room with link to an open carport, and upstairs 3 ensuite bedrooms. It's acknowledged that the domestic floor space area of 184 square metres is above that of the national space standards and that of the condition of 140 square metres. But the national space standards are minimums to prevent unscrupulous developers building houses that are not fit for purpose. Building good quality family homes should be supported and championed. The applicants have 2 children at home and 2 older children, and it's considered that this dwelling fits their needs and provides them with sufficient family accommodation. The dwelling is needed to serve this rural business, which is comparable to a live-work unit, not only providing the space for the family to live and sleep, but the house is also the hub of the business, and the utility and boot room and space are essential for the copious amounts of dirty and wet clothes, people visiting, reps, etc. The dwelling has a stone plinth, rented elevations and a slate roof. Comment has been made that it is an unacceptable design in this countryside location. However, the applicants have taken their inspiration and worked with the same architect who designed a dwelling that was built at California Cross. So if you could show the slides, please, which hopefully you can see on the screen above. The field in which it is to be constructed has an access gateway leading to the existing large agricultural building. This is, sorry, back on the site now. This is just, I've got to keep going so I won't get through it, sorry. An associated yard and a further gate up the road which is to be used to access the dwelling to give a separate safe access. The dwelling, as proposed, is opposite and a lower level to the busy business premises, which is adjacent to the A381 and the side road, and all of the buildings will be viewed in a cluster as a farmstead, and we do view this as therefore as a farmhouse. This is not a remote or a tranquil site. A landscaping scheme has been designed for the site, and this is why there is a larger red line which accommodates the landscaping as well as the attenuation pond. But it's confirmed that only a small area immediately surrounding the dwelling is to be the curtilage and garden. The architect has designed the dwelling to meet the needs of the applicants, who themselves run on a full-time basis this important rural business, supporting many other local businesses. The dwelling incorporates solar panels on the roof, an air source heat pump, battery storage and a car charger, and will therefore fully meet the 20% carbon saving, for which we are very happy to a DEV 32 compliance condition. This factor, together with utilising locally sourced materials and a local builder and providing extensive landscaping, will fully meet the climate emergency requirements, as well as providing important biodiversity enhancement. You've just to answer a couple of questions earlier. You said about the average size of houses. They're between farmhouses 250 to 500 square metres. Seamus Machin didn't comment on the outline application. First of all, he did not comment on that because we had that discussion previously. And the 140 square metres was just brought up by the plan officer at the time. We hope we support this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Rake first, then Councillor Abbott.
Thank you, Mrs. Burden. You said, I think, you speak very fast, understandably given the time constraints, but I think you said that the plans included an air source heat pump. I thought they showed a ground source heat pump.
It was an air source heat pump, I believe, but I might have written, I'm sure it was an error, but it's proposed to have fully compliant for DEV 32. There's 10 solar panels, which is just under 5 kilowatts on the south elevation. And then there is the battery storage to make sure that when there's solar, when the sun's out, they can save the energy.
Thank you. If I may, Chair. The photo we're looking at there, it's great to not have a sort of artist's impression, but have an actual real house. Is that sort of exactly the same size as the proposed?
No, that's quite a lot larger. So
Okay.
that is if you go from California Cross
I've seen it,
and
yeah.
turn on the Garrett Bridge Road, it's there on the left. So that's taken from the council highway. So the same architects, BBH, did that. The Pears family liked that house. That replaced a small agricultural bungalow, and it's been built probably, I don't know, 10, 15 years.
And so when you say quite a lot larger, do you have an idea?
I think that's about 280 square metres plus the garage and so forth at the back.
Thank you.
It's been refined down.
Councillor Abbott.
One of my questions was answered there. So to go back to the ones I was asking the officers, can you say anything about the land levels and the embankment in comparison to what's there as for the shed?
Yeah. So sorry. The agricultural building, I think, is 5.5 metres to eaves, and it would be about 7 metres to ridge, approximately. And the bank in front of it, that's at a levelled site. A dwelling house would be usually 2.4 metres per storey, so you're looking at 7.2 metres in round terms. So the agricultural building and the dwelling would be similar size. The land level of the dwelling house is slightly higher than the land level of the yard by a relatively small amount. So the dwelling would be slightly higher than the building, but I can't give you any more specific figures.
No, fine, thank you. We're on the way. One of the debates that we had in the previous application was the view of the proposed building then and relevant now from the rest of the countryside. Would you like to talk that through at all?
Could you go back to some of those slides? Do you mind, Chloe? Thank you. So if you could go back to the ones of the main view looking, I can't remember which direction, from the west it would be. Of the other, yeah. So the site, if I can use my hand gesticulations, the site is the grass field is here with the agricultural building here. The side road runs along here. Then the engineering business is on the other side of the road. The A381 then is at a much higher level just there, and then Stanborough Camp, which is the is behind you, and the cluster of trees is at another higher level. So when you look at the LVI, where it's difficult to see, you can see the buildings, the agricultural building, and the shop building, the engineering business building sat behind, and it's sat under the hill. It's not sat on the skyline, it's sat into the hill. And so if you look at the very bottom of the point of the red arrow, which is, it is tiny, isn't it? Sorry. But the top of the hill is the Stanborough Cross one. Yeah. So in answer to your question, I think it sits in a cluster. It will look like a farmstead. It will look like a farmhouse serving the range of agricultural buildings. So it's an agricultural business and this is a rural workers dwelling in effect, because it's that they don't have sheep and cattle and run combine harvesters. They serve the rural community.
Thank you. Councillor Nix.
Yes, in the plan for the new house as an office, where's the office for the business at the moment?
So there's, if you go into the engineering business, there is a communal office where all of their staff answer the telephones, but they haven't got a private separate office. So all the paperwork to do with their accountancy, their tax returns and things like that would be done in this office in the home, which is what they do at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Can we now move on to Parish Councillor Treby, please. Thank you. If you can use your microphone, thank you.
Thanks very much for the time and listening to me. One or two of the things have just been said by Amanda Burden, but I might reiterate them. I am incidentally Dennis Treby, Chairman of Howell and Morley Parish Council, and I've been on the Parish Council for many years, and I've seen a lot of these buildings going up. The Pears business has been a godsend for the South Hams. When I was farming, Avon Farmers of Kingsridge was the main place to go for the agricultural and equine community. Since trading ceased there, the nearest to offer a similar service was either Dartington or Heathfield. What a journey it was for those living in the depths of the South Hams. What the Pears have created is not only a comprehensive store, but a machinery repair business. If spares aren't available off the shelf, they generally arrive the next day. This family go above and beyond to assist, especially at peak harvest times. Many people who are successful move up the property ladder, but this family, although doing well, will be unable to do so as they have already agreed to the dwelling being tied to the business. What they are requesting is by no means a mansion, but just a comfortable built house to raise their family and run their business. As I understand, there is no site policy for agriculture and rural dwellings. Minimum space standards of 102 square metres seems quite ridiculous, and I think the 140 granted is too small. Sorry about this. The PC, having studied the site position and design, plus the eco-friendly additions, which include a heat pump and solar panels and other things, as the previous speaker said, as well as extensive landscaping, unanimously support this application. Just to add that this site is very well screened, unlike a few other farm houses that have been granted permission in the last 20 years. That concludes the unanimous thoughts of the Parish Council that 180 square metres should be passed. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that I've gotten a bit of a muddle.
Thank you, Councillor Treby. Any questions of the Parish Councillor? Councillor Abbott.
Hi, thank you. I had forgotten that this, I'm sorry if I didn't read it, that this was tied. You're telling us that this is this house is tied to the business.
It's tied to the business.
Yes.
And therefore, whatever they live in now, they'll be living into up until retirement.
Yes. Okay.
Any other questions of Councillor Treby? If not, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we now move to the ward councillor, Councillor Rake?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Allen, for your presentation, and Mrs Burden and Councillor Treby for your contributions this morning. I brought this application before us today because I was struck by something that the agricultural consultant said in his report, which is that the size of an agricultural or rural workers' dwelling is a very subjective assessment. And I think that when we're making subjective assessments, the burden of doing so shouldn't be borne by officers alone, and that it's an essential role of this committee to step up and, whilst being guided by officers, to make those decisions ourselves. And I think we're in a bit, as we've sort of touched on, we're in a bit of a policy vacuum here. There's no specific guidance in the JLP or the national framework. And as mentioned, the agricultural consultant draws on an admittedly defunct bit of policy that he believes, in his own words, believes still has some weight. And it's important that I think that we remember that policies aren't just here for the officers or for us, but also for our residents, so that they can determine how they bring forward projects, and because obviously there's significant investment and risk involved in doing so. So I feel, and I'm hope to be told otherwise, possibly by members, that the crux of this application is size. And that's the first given reason for refusal. And the second, the issue of curtilage, flows somewhat from size. I think the third reason for refusal could probably be quite easily covered by condition, and that the application, I think I've just had a look at the plans, and it says ground source heat pump, so, but anyway, it includes a heat pump and solar panels, so, and the supporter has already indicated that they would be willing to meet a Dev 32 condition. So I think we today need to consider the size of the development carefully, especially in the absence of specific policies. And we need to bear in mind that this application, by its very nature, is sui generis. It's one of a kind, and it depends in its justification on the particular circumstances of the business and the applicants, which we've just heard about from both Mrs. Burden and Councillor Treby. And this is a local business, not some bland franchise or national chain. It's a business that has grown to significant size organically and through the hard work of the applicants and their employees, who are now, I believe, around 15 in number. And I think the applicant's role, as we should also consider, and I think Councillor Hodgson touched on this, the applicant's role as principals in this business. Agricultural worker, rural worker, it can sometimes seem a bit reductionist, as if they're all one lump of people. And I think it's really there's a range of circumstances and resources and aspirations that they might have. And that the rural workers' dwelling might therefore take a variety of forms to reflect that range. I think there's to meet an essential need. We've established the essential need. What we're considering now, I think, is how that need is met. And lastly, although we're told that the application is contrary to SPT 1, in I think the first reason for refusal, it says SPT 1, section 1, spot 1 says where opportunities for business growth, sorry, SPT 1 seeks to provide a sustainable economy where opportunities for business growth are both encouraged and supported. And I think we need, in considering this application, to see how we can encourage and support this particular business. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rake. Any questions of Councillor Rake? If not, that concludes our speakers. We now move into the debate on the application. Does anybody wish to commence this? If not, I will come in to start it, so there's not such a... I can see and look, and I've heard all the arguments, and people will know my sort of arguments around farm workers' dwellings. David. Mr. Fairbairn, I'll let you come in first. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Can I just confirm with Councillor Rake that he has an open mind? So speaking as ward member, given what he said, he might be thought to predetermine the application?
I can assure you that's not the case. I think I probably have a predisposition, but I'm happy to listen to arguments on both sides and make up my mind during the course of this meeting. But thank you for checking.
That's fine. That's fine. Predisposition is okay. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I look at this, and there is a scale and a square footage, square meterage, I should say, of this, and we've had came before the previous committee, and it was set at 140. We have 184 for the residential aspect of it, so that is a substantial increase. The area that I have a concern about is the non-residential business area and the scale of that, given that the business is just across the road. And there's an opportunity, there was a comment that, you know, it would be the hub of the business, visitors and reps would be visiting. I suppose for me, the scale, and you look at that plan there, the scale on the ground floor is quite sort of considerably for non-residential, obviously, you know, detailed as business. And I think that if that was reduced and there were, the offices were within the business operation, which is where they would normally be for any operation unless you're operating it solely. I think that is my concern with this application on the scale and size of it. We looked at it previously at 140 and approved it on that basis against officers' recommendation. I think for this, the scale increases it quite considerably, and I have a discomfort, as has been raised by Councillor Abbott, about the levels, and that's not clear on this. So for me, I have like the officers, a severe concern about the size of this, and believe it could be reduced and still provide something above the 140, which was the previous approval, to 184 still as residential. There is a considerable sized carport as well, so it makes the scale of the property for me very difficult to accept. And I'll leave my comments there, if I may, and wait for others to come in. Councillor Abbott.
Thank you. I don't know that I would be quite happy with the, is it an adverb? I don't know. Discomfort. It was a question about fact, really. I think from my personal experience of my brother-in-law as a farmer, the business activities were always taken on in the farmhouse, and then the agricultural activity and the machinery was separate. And I can imagine that space between the two roads is constrained and has heavy vehicles moving. I don't know. And the idea of pulling the paperwork and the reps down to this area seems to me to be a sensible separation of the roles of the business. I'm completely speculating here, of course, but I could see a justification for having these areas in yellow being appropriate to business activity off the site and leaving the main site for those other activities. So, do you know, fundamentally, what Councillor Rake has raised is, are we going to say that somebody in a particular job should live in a particular size house? And I find it difficult to do that. And when we consider the house in the landscape, that was one of the main arguments that I was hearing in February of last year, that we were looking out on open fields and to an open view, but that is not the same looking back when the buildings are set below the current business and the road up above it. I still, and saying that, I don't see any interference with the historical sites, which are higher again. When you look at those countryside shots, there are bright white houses in the countryside. You see them around. And indeed, we're used to looking around the South Hams and seeing larger buildings. It is part of the countryside. Are there to be no more ever again? So, yeah, I did question it. But yeah, it's a debate well, I've stopped.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott.
That's wrong. Thank you. Yes, I'd like to support Councillor Abbott's comments just then. I mean, it seems to me this is a business that has become successful, and it seems a little redundant to penalise its success. The office space, the workspace at the bottom, seems to me to be a sensible or a result of an improving business that they want to take the paperwork and the actual that side, the office size of the business, away from the machinery and to do it in a more professional, potentially manner. It seems that we should be supporting businesses that are successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Ms Houselander would like to come back on one point.
I just want to remind members that the reason that this application has come forward is for the support of the business, and you approved that in February, and there's no conflict at all there. But I wanted to remind members that actually there is a very specific policy in our JLP TTV 26 which seeks to support or to protect the countryside from development. And I think the issue, and yes, you will find large houses in rural areas, as well as you will also find smaller houses. And I think members should, be aware when you make your decision that TTV 26 seeks to protect the countryside from inappropriate development. In this case, the case officer feels that the size is too large, and it's not to say that a size cannot be agreed. A size can be agreed if the applicant were willing to compromise on maybe the size of the. I mean, if you look at the size of the boot room, it's huge. So there is an opportunity, I believe, to agree a design for this site and a size, but the officer has recommended that this is actually too big, and that maybe we could agree a smaller size to protect the countryside.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah, just unless I've got the figures wrong, it seems to be almost double the size of what was originally agreed. We had the outline permission agreed against your recommendation officers by the planning committee for 140. It's now 267, which is nearly double if my maths is correct, which is a significant increase by any measure. In the report at 1.8, it says if approved, a dwelling of the size proposed at this countryside location in the future is highly unlikely to be financially accessible as a rural workers' dwelling over the long term. The applicant acknowledges the dwelling's larger than other rural workers' dwellings, has advised they wish it for personal reasons to accommodate family, and say that during the course of the application they did actually offer to reduce some areas of the dwelling, which would suggest that not all are essential. So it looks like that there may well be some room for actually reducing the size of the application without too much pain from what's said on the report in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Callaghan.
I was just going to jump in and say that is correct, that we did have a bit of correspondence back and forth, and that it was the boot room that they said they could potentially remove and reduce the size of the carport. So that might be achievable, but obviously we do have to determine the application in front of us today.
Councillor Nix.
Yes, my comment is on just what the case officers just said, actually, that I agree with what Spurden said earlier about having an office on site and the reasons for having the office on site. I can totally understand that, and for supporting a local business. However, that was going to be my comment, that so the boot room area seems to be absolutely ginormous, and would that be possible to be reduced even before you said it? Just because that would bring down the size of the footprint slightly. And as Councillor Callaghan's just said, it's doubled in size from the original 140 metres squared agreed.
Thank you, Councillor Nix. Any other questions? Councillor Hodgson.
I know it's kind of on the, we're up against the wire here, but I just wonder whether the applicant would prefer the option to withdraw, or are we too far down the line?
The application is before you for you determine as it stands.
Any other comments to be made? Councillor Hodgson.
I would just say I'm really struggling with this because I do like to support rural enterprises and rural applications that are kind of seeking to make, people who work in the countryside. I really hear what's being said about the constraints, and to be honest, my instinct is to just say, let's support it, because I think it's people are busy and they're working, and they've probably taken a lot of trouble to come to this. And I think sometimes, as I've said before, what you don't see is in the rural environment is that people, it's all very well looking at this, but if they're running basically a 24-hour business, you can't tell me that somebody turning up at 3 in the morning isn't going to go straight into that kitchen, sit down, have a cup of tea, talk about it. So there will be somewhat element of mixed use, even in what we're seeing as strictly residential in this application. But at the same time, I realise, of course, we are trying to make sure that we sort of protect our countryside. But it did seem to me that this is, while it's, might not be considered terribly modest compared to some of the other figures that we've been looking at, I think overall it is relatively modest. And actually, I'm going to take the plunge here and just propose that we support it against officer's recommendation.
We have a proposer. Do we have a seconder? Seconder. Any further comments to be made? Councillor Abbott.
Just as we move towards a vote, the potential reduction in the size of the boot room and what's at the back of this building here are really not the issues that affect the countryside. And if we're content, if the argument goes that it might be more successful if the boot room was reduced in size, actually the view from the countryside would be of the main house, and that is not being challenged. So in the discussions that's happened so far, we're content with that westerly face of the building, and that there would be a reduction of a room behind is almost neither here nor there. And therefore, when the vote comes at the moment, I'm going to go along with the proposer and seconder, unless you're going to say something.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. Ms. House.
So I appreciate what you're saying, but the recommendation, whilst you may feel that the whole of the house is acceptable and it's only the boot room, the officer recommendation is that it's too large as a whole, and that also the design is not appropriate in the location. So I just wanted to clarify that really before you decide.
And I will come back myself on this, and it is the scale, scale, size, massing for me, and taking away one little piece, wouldn't necessarily, as you said, make, but for me it's the scale and massing of the building, the total area. Thank you. Councillor Rake.
Sorry, I just 140 square metres over 2 levels, if it was a perfectly square property, would be 8.3 metres along each wall. 260 square metres over 2 levels is 11.4 metres along each wall. So we're talking so over the width of the house. It's just maths. I just wanted to point out that it's a 3 metre difference. I mean, I appreciate it's not a square property, but just to give members some idea of the difference that we're talking about.
Councillor Rake, point well made. We have a proposer and seconder. If there are no further comments, the proposal is approval, contrary to officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands for those voting for approval?
Chair, apologies for the interruption. I just thought, particularly given that David Fairbairn isn't online at the moment, he's had to travel in for the second part of the meeting. I just think, and particularly bear in mind the discussion was had at the last planning committee where an alternative viewpoint was put forward by the planning committee, which is of course completely acceptable. I think what we probably need to do just before going to the vote is just to clarify and justify the alternative viewpoint that's been provided by the councillors, so we're clear of that in the vote, particularly given that we've got the recommendations of refusal. It's probably just important that we get councillors just to set out why, in terms of the relevant policies, they consider the scheme as acceptable. In relation to those policies, I just want to ensure that any viewpoint which is taken in the vote is potentially defensible from any potential judicial review or anything that might happen post the committee's decision.
Mr. Wagstaff, thank you very much. I was going to move to that, but I hadn't realised Mr. Fairburn had gone. So,
apologies, Chair.
So those who have proposed and seconded, can we please have your reasons for that recommendation?
So it is supported by the parish council, and I can't see any objections from local objections to this. So I think it's acceptable to the local community, who obviously would be the most affected. In terms of design, there, as has been said, that there is a comparable property not far away, which is actually larger. So this is smaller in scale. It's the amount of increase in the size is considered acceptable by the committee, by myself as proposer and presumably the seconder. And as an agriculture, we are supporting an agricultural enterprise which has grown, and by giving an opportunity for increased growth where maybe more generations in the family could have the opportunity to dwell in this house. I'll just add in there, it's not a point to raise here, but I would add in there that it's, if this we did insist on a smaller house, what we could find is in 5 years' time somebody comes back with another proposal for another rural dwelling on the site for the next generation. So this could accommodate potentially that second generation. Is that adequate?
Could we have some policies, please?
Right. I'd ask you to actually, can we delegate to yourself to give the policies that back those statements up?
I would probably seek David's advice, but my initial thought was no. You need to tell me what the policies you think are, which the proposal complies with, as opposed to the reasons for refusal that are set out before you.
Okay.
Can I bring in Mr. Wagstaff if you want to clarify?
I can in complete agreement with the lead officer, Jack, in relation to this. I think it's important, if we do have those justifications, they do need those policies to be clearly set out before members potentially go to the vote. I think it might be quite useful to see the refusal reasons which were recommended by the officer, those identified the policies which they thought were relevant within that consideration, and whether there are any of those which would provide the alternative position that the councillors are potentially look to move forward to. I will also, and I'll ask Jack as well, if we can just get the JLP up, just in case there are any other policies that we can potentially identify to councillors as being relevant.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Rake, in his representation as ward member, made comment regarding the, I think it was SP1.
SPT1, yes.
Yeah,
Sorry,
which
SPT1,
actually
yes.
supports rural workers and growing enterprises. Well, it's growing enterprises, it didn't say rural workers as such. But I would suggest that actually looking at what's cited in reasons for refusal in item 1 and 2, I think we satisfied 3 anyway, but wrote items 1 and 2 there. I would say that it's not contrary to those policies. I think that would be my view.
Just to help with the policies, so the first reason for refusal is the reason that relates mainly to the principle of the size of the dwelling. So TTB 26 is the policy which relates to development in the countryside, so that does require development to respond to an essential need and also a proven agricultural, forestry or other occupational need. So that's where the principle regarding the size comes from. And in terms of the design, And landscape impacts, there's Dev 20 and Dev 23. Regarding the general design, and that it needs to be sympathetic and locally distinctive, and also conserve and enhance the landscape character.
Councillor Albert.
I think if we had a week, we can work up these policies, which you know, us doing it on the spur of the moment is a challenge to us in this position every time. I, for instance, disagree on the size and massing. I've made that argument already. It does presuppose that the vote is going to go one way or the other, actually, to do this at this stage. And I would have thought, just looking at the, well, I think that's an anomaly in the system that we're debating in. But to look at these headings on pages 51 and 52, then the argument has always been that under SPT1, for instance, that the title says delivering sustainable development. We are talking of an interaction between a housing and a business, and that is an argument which is accepted already, that there would be something to help this business survive. It is supporting the rural economy, Dev 15, in a way that the parish council accepts, and certainly the concept of to be slightly provocative perhaps, of shoehorning a family into a smaller property when there is the opportunity for have a bit more space for them to live and work. Just why would you do it? On landscape character, this sort of building does exist, both with smaller and larger properties scattered around the countryside. So, you know, I haven't got all of these in my head. I'm not a planner.
Thank you, Councillor Abbott. I think we've all been placed in this position previously. Mr. Wagstaff, Ms. Houselander, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the members who proposed and seconded have outlined the reasons for moving this way for approval. Would it be appropriate to finalise those, you know, subject to the vote, finalise those after the vote?
I think if I might, sorry, did you want to come in there? I was just going to say, I think having heard the viewpoints which the councillors have put forward, and I could also see that Amelia was taking detailed notes there, I think we've got a understanding of the policies which the councillors perceive are relevant and coming to an alternative viewpoint, and on the basis of that, the lead officer, in consultation with the chair and vice chair, apologies, I don't really want to come in this basis.
If you would like to discuss the reasons after the vote, then that's acceptable. But are you asking that, or are you asking that the decision, the conditions, and the reasons why you've made the decision? Well, you may make the decision that you might make are something that you want to discuss with officers outside of the meeting, or?
I think it is, because there obviously will be conditions, there will be all of those elements. I think they should be discussed and finalised and agreed outside of the meeting. Otherwise, we could be here all day.
I agree totally, Chair, but through you. However, it is important when we are, you know, outside of this arena, if you like. So if, for example, the application was taken, somebody JR'd the application, which is feasible. It may not happen, but it could happen. We need to be able to justify the reasons that members decided to go against the officer's recommendation to prevent us being losing a JR in that instance. So that's why we tried to do it within the committee cycle, so that we. But I do think that we do have a number of policies that have been mentioned by both Councillor Abbott and Councillor Hodgson about in terms of, if I can just repeat them back to you, Dev 15, you think it's supporting a yes, and you think that it does meet SPT 1, which is for sustainable development. I just would just ask about TTV 26. Clearly, I think what you are saying to us is that you think there is an essential need, whereas we are saying to you, we don't think there's an essential need. And I think if we could use those as the reasons and they could be minuted, then I think that would resolve the issue for now.
Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Allen wants to speak as well. I was just going to say that in terms of SPT1, I mean, I think in terms of supporting a local agricultural business, I think it's enshrined in there, actually. And also SPT2, looking at sustainable linked neighbourhoods where we're actually providing local services. I mean, this was well outlined by the parish councillor. You know, this is a local business that's been there a long time. And I think we've heard very good reasons for supporting those overarching policies, which is SPT1 and SPT2. You know, if it sits within those really well. But I'd also suggest we maybe think about a couple of conditions at this stage. So I would say agricultural tie, because then because I mean, the concern in reasons for refusal is that it may not remain as a rural workers' accommodation. Well, if it's got an agricultural tie, that's been nailed. And the second one is that, what's my second one? That we also maybe look for a landscape ecology management plan to be provided prior to, as part of the approval, because obviously that landscaping could actually help with any of the concerns around the wider landscape, so that's approved prior to the, as part of what the officers will look for at this stage. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Allen wanted to speak as well.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I mean, this is I suppose a question more than anything else. I mean, I know that this was called to the committee by Councillor 8 because of questions over subjectivity. So if the question is, are we protecting the landscape by accepting this building going forward? Because in our view, it doesn't harm the countryside. It's not a problem in its location. It's a part of a collection of agricultural buildings. That's a subjective view. So a subjective view is what we as councillors are being asked for, I imagine, by the calling through of this committee. So I'm a little confused as what kind of policy we can find when we've been asked to give a subjective view and there isn't necessarily a policy to back up our subjective view. Or maybe there is, I don't know, I'm new to this. Thank you.
Well, I think subjective is a very controversial word, as you may know. We, as professional advisors, our case officers, are advising you that their professional opinion, having taken into account all of the policies, all of the information that's been submitted with the application, all of the material planning considerations, and come up with a recommendation. You, as a committee, can agree with that recommendation or not. That's the purpose of this process. But I think the main concern from my perspective is if we need to make sure that if you do overturn the recommendation, which again is acceptable, we just need to make sure we have the development policies minuted so that if somebody does decide to judicial review any decision, we have something which we can rely on and is in an adopted development plan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rake, is it going to resolve sort of matters? Because I want to carry on the...
Sorry, I thought we had pretty much resolved the justification for... I was just going to add to Councillor Hodgson's suggestion of conditions. I watched the meeting through in February 22, half an hour of my life I won't get back, and there was a substantial list of conditions attached to that. I know that we're considering this application on its own merits because it's a new application, but the things like low emissivity, glazing, etc., etc. And I would also, I would suggest that we delegate to officers in conjunction with the chair and the proposer that those conditions are reviewed and appropriate ones be attached to this application. And I would also suggest perhaps the removal of permitted development rights if there were to be any.
Can I ask whether that is now acceptable in the terms of the officers, that we can move forward with a vote?
Yes.
Okay. I think we've managed to crack all of that and it's captured. I will now move to the vote. All those in favour of approval contrary to officer's recommendation? Can I have a show of hands, please? And those against? Any abstentions? One abstention. So that application is approved, and thank you for your forbearance on this. We now have an officer change for item 6C.
Thank you very much, members.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move on to agenda item 6C 246323. Case Officer Curtis Badley. Curtis, can you please take us through your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, members. I'm the case officer discussing and considering the appraisal at 14 Butts Park. The location plan shown on screen shows the existing dwelling outlined in red. It's a two-storey terrace dwelling located outside of the settlement boundary of Newton Ferrers and within the area of natural beauty. Shown in red, the site benefits from a large front garden, which is slightly below and is shown by the cursor on screen here. The existing dwelling. Above the dwelling, here is the rear garden, where vehicle access is provided to the rear from Butts Park Court. The area, as shown above, and access leads onto the Butts Park playing area and recreation ground. The site, shown within its residential context, is outlined in red. As queried on the site visit, to the top left above the annotation Butts Park Court is an existing number of 2-bedroom apartments, and that was accessed from Butts Park Court and approved in 2004. So, as outlined within my report and the application, it seeks the two-storey front extension of the existing dwelling house, and also the attic conversion, including front and rear dormer extensions, single-storey rear extension, and the erection of a garage to the rear. It is noted, and I will highlight the differences between the proposed development and the approved scheme, the VAR scheme, in May 2002, for matching proposals for the bottom 3 bullet points and the distinctions of the two-storey front extension from the approved extant scheme. As shown here, we have an overview of the existing site plan above, showing the front and rear garden areas aforementioned. The proposed site plan is shown below. It shows the detached garage on the left-hand side, which is to the north of the existing site and adjacent to Bucks Park Court. It also shows the area of the existing dwelling house, which is the lighter grey, the rear single-storey extension, which is the darker grey between the existing dwelling and the garage, and also shows on the ground floor the proposed front extent of the proposed front extension. It also shows in this cross-hatched area is the soakaway drainage area, proceeding onwards front garden, which leads to Parsonage Road. Here are the existing floor plans. They have been amended to provide greater comparison with the proposed ground floor and first floor plans. They have been rotated on their side. Above, the ground floor plan shows the existing conservatory, which extends to the rear of the existing dwelling, the existing porch, which is provided the front main pedestrian entranceway, and the outbuilding store. First floor plan shows the first floor with the 3 existing bedrooms and bathroom at that level, the roof of the rear conservatory extension, and again the roof of the existing porch entranceway. In comparison, the proposed floor plans are now shown on screen. The ground floor to the rear is the removal of the existing conservatory and outbuilding store, a replacement with the single-storey rear extension. As shown to the front of the ground floor plan is the proposed entrance hall. On the first floor plan, which is below, shows no change in the number of bedrooms at first floor level and the reconfiguration of the living space provided to provide a bathroom in the first floor front extension, and shows the relative roof plan of the rear extension as shown. Proceeding is the top image is the roof plan. It shows an additional bedroom in the bottom image, resulting in a 4-bedroom property. It's got a walk-in wardrobe and ensuite, accommodated by a front and rear dormer window extensions, and shows the roof plan of the proposed first floor front extension. Apologies, it's not quite as clear. Outlined here, and below that the ground floor front extension. These are the existing elevations. Again, as shown, the left-hand side is the front extension. As shown within the elevation, there are roof lights within the existing roof form. The rear elevation on the right-hand side, which shows the existing extension at rear single-storey level, and omitted by the dotted line is the store, which would otherwise be in the foreground. Shown on screen are the proposed elevations. Apologies, this was noted out on our site members meeting. The both elevations, front and rear, do label south elevation. The south elevation for the rear elevation should indicate north. It shows the 2 front dormers in combination on the left-hand side front, with the 2-storey front extension appearing cramped within the proposed south elevation. It also allows members to appreciate the scale of development on site, the raised position of the first floor front extension, which is built with hanging tiles and UPVC windows to match the existing property. Within the rear garden area, as received from Bucks Park Court, is the proposed garage. As shown, it has solar panels and electric charging point inside. I have taken some photographs. I do note they are different dates. It's purely because of the clarity of images. It's not necessarily to show relative timescales. These proposed images show the hit and miss fencing to the front garden, the entranceway, which is shared pedestrian access from Parsonage Road from the front, and the existing dwelling house in picture. I've added this additional image which shows the direct front-facing view of the dwelling house, partially obscured by existing screening from the fencing, vegetation, and trees. This image here helps appreciate the existing dwelling, which displays a clear established building line within the terrace. I'm going to outline the existing dwelling here, hopefully with my cursor, noting there is a slight delay. So I understand it's above here. There's an existing passageway which is shared by the two dwelling houses between the yellow and light green pastel renders. Proceeds up within the centre of that chimney breast in terms of the roof form. On the opposite side, I understand it's roughly where that white drain downpipe is. Continues along and then up again the shared chimney here in the roof form. Again, a comparative image showing the existing terrace in situ and the dwelling house. So this is the rear extension photograph taken on Monday. As seen within this existing recent photograph, the single-storey rear extension has been partially built. This extension has been built in line and as part of the extant permission, which was granted in May 2022, and that will be highlighted shortly. It further again shows the terrace in situ and the existing dwelling in relation to its surrounding properties. As highlighted here, this shows the context of the approved development built at number 6 Butts Park. It's the lighter rendered property here, which does have a ground floor and first floor extension of a similar spatial understanding to the existing application under consideration today. I will note, and as raised, there's policy background highlighted within paragraphs 2.4 of my committee report and explained further within the other matters section of the committee report, and that's 8.2 and 8.3. Also, and as shown on this image, it's important to highlight the materials and fenestration differences between the scheme in front of us and the current scheme under consideration. In this scheme also, as well as the provision of dormer windows, and in combination accentuates the planning harm and the difference in appearance within this scheme and the current scheme under consideration. As highlighted, I'm going to now go through the differences between the current scheme under consideration and the scheme which was the application for the variation of condition 2, approved plan from planning consent 42021 HHO. So the top approved site plan and hopefully in combination with the other plans should show that variation of condition that was conditionally approved in May 2022 and should highlight the differences between that approved scheme and the scheme currently under consideration. As shown within this screen in front of us, the approved scheme is above, the proposed site under consideration below. At ground floor, there aren't any significant differences. I will otherwise note the inclusion of an air source heat pump within the current scheme. Again, difficult to see, apologies for the small scale, but is approximately where my cursor is at the below here. And also, by its nature, there were 2 roof lights within the proposed scheme which was approved. They have effectively been built over, as shown within the slides as I continue through. This shows the ground floor plan as approved above, and then as proposed below, that air source heat pump shown in further detail. Again, showing the relative extensions to the property and development, and which has been altered through the provision and change in fenestration as part of the current scheme. Again, in comparison, the approved first floor plan is above, the proposed scheme is below. The main changes we can see on screen is the proposed first floor front extension. The movement of the bathroom represents the same amount of bedrooms within the proposed scheme to the approved scheme, and that increase in living accommodation is not considered to hold significant weight to overcome the planning harm. And the second floor plan comparison approved above the current application below, and again the main significant difference is the roof plan as shown within the second floor plan of the proposed first floor extension, which holds the free roof lights, and these are further shown within the approved and proposed roof plan in comparison on screen now. So as shown on this screen is the current and preceding slides. Whilst largely representative of the previous extant grant of planning permission, the first floor extension is shown here, which is the top left image of both the approved elevations and the proposal. It fails to maintain and improve the character and qualities of the existing property and surrounding area in the AONB. As shown here is the use of hanging tiles and additional windows within the first floor of the extension. As shown on screen, the key issues and outlined within the reason for refusal below. The proposed two-storey front extension, by virtue of its scale, elevation, position, materiality and design, would be significantly detrimental to the character and appearance of the existing property and surrounding area. There are a number of policies this relates to. Proposal is contrary to those policies Dev 20, Dev 23, Dev 25 of the Joint Local Plan, paragraph 13.36 of the Supplementary Planning Document, policies N3P4, subparagraphs I of the Newton and Noss Neighbourhood Plan, and also policy N3P9 of that Neighbourhood Plan also, and paragraph 134 of the NPPDF. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Badley. Any questions of the officer? Councillor Abbott.
Hi, thank you very much. I think it's a lovely terrace and it's going to be changed, but your argument is that it's in the AONB, so we haven't really stood back and looked. Presumably this is the views from elsewhere in the AONB, or it's as you drive at 60 miles an hour along Parsonage Road, or?
So it's understood as raised in paragraph 2.15 of my committee report and 2.14, apologies. It is in the OMB, it is a residential context. There is a number of built development in proximity. Within the context of existing built form, basically we try and promote high quality development, conserve and enhance the visual amenity of the landscape. The proposed development will be within and is viewed from a number of wider views, albeit limited from that roadway, Parsonage Lane, within existing built form. So it's seen within the context of residential development with that regard.
Any other questions of Mr. Badley? If not, Councillor Rake.
Sorry, Councillor Long, and I am aware of time constraints. Just on paragraph 2.15, so you had the comparison there of the front elevations, and I'm probably being a bit thick, but I don't really get between the two what it is that means that it doesn't maintain good standards of design. The new and
I can elaborate. I will go back for a reference on those comparison elevations. So as shown and as described within my presentation, the comparative plans show the relative differences between the approved scheme and the proposed scheme under consideration. Within the front elevation, as you can see here on the top left, which is the south elevation, shows at first floor level, there is not the introduction of a first floor extension. And on the right hand side is that this allows members to appreciate the scale of development and the site, and there's a raised position to which this is built. Apologies. It appears visually contrasting to the rest of the terrace. It doesn't display such materiality or visual interruptions at this level, as outlined in my report, it doesn't follow the high quality design standards that we expect in such area.
Any other questions of Mr. Badley? If not, thank you, Mr. Badley. We'll move on to, we do not have an objector, to Mark Evans, the supporter. Thank you. 3 minutes when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I start, would Curtis mind, first of all, just to answer a point that Councillor Abbott raised about the context within the AONB, could you pull up, please, the actual plan that's just about to go through approval for the site opposite, so that members do understand the actual developed site context?
Yeah, that's okay. So I have here aforementioned the site context and the relative plan referred to. If I can just first of all answer, Chair, the query with regard to that site context, and as indicated, it's the red dot is the application site, and as requested, it's the site plan as shown. It's the site block plan for stated application 298221 full by the Newton and Noss Community Trust, which is for 20 residential units. They've not been built and not been approved by the local planning authority, but awaiting a legal agreement.
Sorry, would you also mind pulling up just the elevations that you've got there as well, please?
As shown here, and I'm sure will be elaborated, these are the elevations or a particular number of elevations associated with that design. They're for properties under consideration as part of that proposal, which is to the rear of the site, adjacent to the tree boundary. I'm happy to point out which elevations those relate to within the site block plan. Got a nod of the head over there. So I understand, apologies, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, which within the application documents under consideration, as highlighted, this one here is number 10, number 12, sorry, apologies, missed a number, 10, 11, 12, and then 13 and 14 are here. So they're the opposite side to the application under consideration today.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Finally, just while I speak, would you mind putting up the photograph you've got of plot 6, please? And then that's it. Thanks.
Can I just say that this will be part of your 3 minutes as it's instructing members.
Right, okay. So, good afternoon, members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today in support of this application for a local family whose multiple generations have been in the village for over 45 years. As you'll have noted, both from the number of letters of support, the unequivocal support from the local parish council, and the direct call-in request by both local ward members, the proposed development is very widely viewed by those directly affected by it as an appropriate positive development proposal in the context of the existing Butts Park terraces. I was very pleased that many of the members were able to visit the site this week and see for yourselves the current merits of the built form of the existing Butts Park terraces. Indeed, you'll have noted a similar first floor extension approved with planning permission as you see before you here. This presents a design and form which members will hopefully have recognised does actually help lift the design character of the existing terraces, which could be construed as one of the better looking houses in the context of the wider street scene, and which positively responds to the developing local built character when the local context is actually correctly understood. So what is this site context being referred to? In my view, the context on this side of the road of Butts Park is of a relatively dated run of ex-council houses of very limited design quality, many of which have been altered over time, some with modern front porches, extensions, first floor extensions, and of varied design quality with no uniform design prevailing. It is also important that members recognise that in assessing the existing wider built context of the landscape and the AONB, as Councillor Abbott mentions, it is a significant material planning consideration to note the approval of planning permission for 20 houses is imminent on the prominent site directly opposite. This proposes a substantial number of new houses of varied modern design and form, which will also present a new developed site context and frontage to Butts Park. So having understood this clearly developing semi-urban context, I'm therefore in complete agreement with both local ward members and the parish council the importance of appreciating this developing character, street scene, appearance and wider context at this point is critical to then enabling you as elected committee members to be able to inform your own informed view that aligns with the assessment of both local ward members and the support of the parish council that this is a fully supportable scheme. An approval today will enable this expanding local family to make an important financial investment at Butts Park, help them remain in their family home by achieving a raise in the quality of residential accommodation, bringing it up to 20th century specification and result in a much needed uplift in general design quality to the wider Butts Park street scene. Importantly, this will help support multi-generation living ethics by ensuring they are able to remain living at the property and thus continue to provide care when it is needed to the applicant's disabled mother who lives in very close proximity to their home. So in conclusion, I would hope members that having fully recognised the actual varied developing site context, that you can agree with us that this development proposal does represent an appropriate design solution for the site. It does raise the design quality generally, and that you give your support to this application today. We are happy to discuss or concede on the slate cladding materials if they would prefer a render finish to the first floor. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any questions of Mr. Evans? Councillor Rake.
Just quickly, you made reference to the alterations that have already taken place in this terrace. Are those, with the exception of number 6, are those largely to the rear, or?
There's both to the rear and the front. I think number 6, to the best of my knowledge, is the only one with a first floor. All the rest of them have varied additional front porches to this front and a number of fenestration and opening changes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you. We do not have anybody present from Newton Noss Parish Council, but we do have a statement to be read out. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Newton Noss Parish Council would like to express our concern that the application for 14 Butts Park, Newton Ferris, has been recommended for refusal. This is a proposal for an extension to a family home that we have supported now on 2 separate occasions. When it has been recommended both times for refusal on grounds that it would be significantly detrimental to the character and appearance of the existing property and surrounding area. We disagree. Dev 20 of the Joint Local Plan requires developments to have proper regard to the pattern of the local development and the wider development context and surroundings in terms of local distinctiveness, siting, layout, orientation, visual impact, views, scale, massing, height, density, materials, detailing, historic value, landscaping and character. We believe that in the wider development context of Newton Ferris and Noss Mayo, the application does have regard to Dev 20. We do not believe that it's contrary to policy N3P4, paragraphs 1 and 3 of the Newton and Noss Neighbourhood Plan, and we do not believe that in the context of its site at Butts Park that it would have any additional impact on the local area. In this case, we do not understand why policy Dev 25 of the Joint Local Plan has been cited as a reason for refusal, as we do not believe it is relevant in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. No opportunity for questions there. We also have a statement from the ward members to be read out as well. Thank you.
So this is a statement from Councillor Thomas. Firstly, I'd like to apologise to the committee for calling an application and not being present at the subsequent meeting. This is very unusual for me and has only occurred due to a long-standing commitment to teach today. Ordinarily, I would ask my ward colleague to present in my absence, but unfortunately Councillor Eadie is out of the country on business. Turning to this application, I'd like to make it clear that I have the utmost respect for Mr Badley and fully appreciate he is obliged to follow strict planning guidelines in reaching his recommendation. My disagreement is based in whole on the context and location of the property rather than any substantive policy interpretation. In short, I do not accept the proposal that the increase in living space would not be considered to hold sufficient weight to overcome the planning harm outlined in the officer report. Those members who attended Monday's site visit will have formed their own opinions as to what exactly the status quo in terms of the built environment at Butts Park offers to the area of outstanding natural beauty. Dev 20 of the Joint Local Plan requires developments to have proper regard to the pattern of local development and the wider development context and surroundings in terms of style, local distinctiveness, siting, layout, orientation, visual impact, views, scale, massing, height, density, materials, detailing, historic value, landscaping and character. In the wider context of the 2 villages of Newton Ferris and Noss Mayo, I would argue that this application of taking an existing dwelling and increasing its living space in a modern and sustainable manner echoes a number of similar applications passed by this council in the villages over recent years. Indeed, the only difference would seem that in the case of those approved, they were significantly larger and more expensive properties. Policy Dev 25 requires that proposals conserve and enhance the natural beauty of the protected landscape with particular reference to their special qualities and distinctive characteristics or valued attributes. There is, I regret, no architectural special quality about this existing built environment at Butts Park. Some of the dwellings are 1930s style local authority, some are a later style. One, a blight granted under previous policy, has already built out a similar front extension. Some have full-length gardens, some have hard-standing parking spaces, some have shared gateways. In Dev 25, even relevant in this context, I wonder, I would return to my original point that I strongly feel that the benefit derived from increasing the living space of this affordable family home should outweigh other concerns. I note that the local parish council are of the opinion that this application does in fact meet their local plan policies. N3P4 is similar to Dev 20, while N3P9 accords closely with Dev 25. By this, it is my interpretation that the council must have considered scale, design and impact on the area and concluded that any harm is outweighed by need. It is, after all, their plan, and they know it best. Furthermore, it would seem peculiar to refuse this application when outline permission has been granted for 19 new dwellings in the fields directly opposite the application site, a scheme that was approved on balance, the justification for which being the District Council's declared housing crisis and the clear need to support the principle of affordable, fit-for-purpose homes. I would reiterate the argument that the committee might consider that, on balance, any perceived small level of harm to the local vernacular, Dev 20, or lack of enhancement of the area of outstanding natural beauty, Dev 25, are materially outweighed by the benefit derived from the increase in living space provided to an affordable house in an area where such properties are very much in the minority. Thank you for your consideration, Councillor Dan Thomas, local member.
Thank you. Obviously no opportunity to question there, so at this point I will move into the debate on this topic. Councillor Rake first, then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I'm torn on this one because I'm very much, we've just considered two applications on essentially greenfield sites, and this is, I think the gains from upgrading properties as opposed to developing on greenfield or demolishing and rebuilding, in terms of embodied carbon and so on and so forth, I think producing better insulated, more appropriate homes that better meet the needs of the residents is definitely something that in general we should encourage. And I think in terraces of this sort, often the pattern is that sort of pioneers, as it were, develop in this way, and that establishes a sort of a framework. And in a way, I'd prefer to see it all along the terrace upgraded and its insulation improved in the line of number 6 or number 14 than for it to stay as a 1950s brick. So, and I think that the only way that that's going to happen is if we allow these things. On the other hand, in the meantime, it can look like a bit of a mishmash. So I'm not sure. I look forward to hearing from other members.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. I think my slight confusion around this is one of the reasons given for refusal is because of the inclusion of the first story, the hanging slates. If the hanging slates were to be changed, as the last speaker mentioned, that removes potentially one of those problems. The other issue I'm slightly confused about is it was mentioned that it was different from number 6 because there were 2 dormers, but the 2 dormers have already been approved in the previous planning. So it's my understanding that it's because the 2 have come together that it's a problem. Thank you.
Apologies. So a number of points raised there with regard to the local policy context. We'll raise that in the first point, the application was refused, and that was for materials to match the existing before. So that was refused under delegated powers in June of this year, 23, for the proposal of the same description and to which this proposal relates. The second point of which was with regards to the 2 dormer windows to the front elevation, and it's considered that the harm is enhanced by both the use of those materials and through the cramped appearance, as shown on screen and as described within my report, of, in combination, the proposed ground floor extension, first floor extension, and the 2 dormer windows from the front elevation only, leaving little of the existing dwelling house to be viewed and recognised.
Thank you. Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. I think the nub of it is, as the officer said, we generally resist extensions which project forward of the original house. And the proposal here is for the entire front of the house to be moved forward, whereas a porch type extension to the front is more subsidiary and is part of the main structure, whereas this changes the entire look of the original style house. And as Councillor Rake, I think, suggested, so the risk is then you allow that and you then you don't know what you're going to get next, having allowed it next door or a couple of doors down. And the original style of the housing changes completely and not necessarily uniformly. Number six, as I understand it, is the only one with a first floor front extension, so all the way down, including the first floor. But as I understand it, that was approved just before the joint local plan that we agreed in March 29. Well, I didn't. I wasn't him. March 2019. It was agreed a couple of months before that, so I imagine the rules may have been slightly different. So I'm not sure that you can rely on the fact that number 6 Butts Park has done something similar. So my view is that you know, I have some sympathy with what the officer's recommendation. It seems to me to make a certain sense, despite the arguments that have been put forward by the local member and the local parish council, which of course I have sympathy with. But I do think that it's a fair point to say that extensions projecting forward generally of the house will be resisted. I think that makes a lot of sense, because you know, you don't know what you're going to end up with, as I say, down the line.
Thank you, Councillor Callaghan. Any other comments? Councillor Abbott.
Having lived in the Midlands and the North, I quite like brick terraces, and this particular one is lightened up by having a different finish every other section. So I would have quite liked it to remain, but it hasn't remained already. It has changed, and this will be one more. And as Councillor Rake says, perhaps the way forward is that they will all gradually change. And so it's difficult to tease out a decision on this one. But then when it's in an AONB context, and that's one of the principal arguments, and there's going to be a bay, an ingress road on the other side, it's lost the view. From where on earth will you be looking at this thinking, oh, this is a lovely row of cottages ruined by one particular house? It's just not there. The almost standard design British architecture is going to come into the new estate, and it may not go ahead if it doesn't. I guess if it's not that, it'll be something else. So I don't see the argument stacking up here, and I have a problem with this whole objection, really.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chairman. I support actually some things that Councillor Abbott has pointed out already, which is around the brick terraces. I think they actually work really well, and this one, as it's already been said, is broken up with brick and render alternating, so there is a rhythm in the terrace which this will conflict with, but at the same time there has already been an interruption further down number 6, and the chances are that a lot of people along this terrace would probably want to do similar things themselves, and so the sort of the symmetry is disappearing and has disappeared through changes in fenestration that have happened over the decades as well, which is very clear. And as has also been said around the A and B, I mean, I think the views in terms of an A and B will be disturbed by what's going to happen on the other side of the road. What I would say is, though, is that I think what we need to look at is some of the detail. The devil is in the detail sometimes with this. And it has already been offered that the projecting area, because it's not a complete projection, it's only the central part. So it does follow some of the rhythm in terms of coming in and out, which goes along the front of that terrace, which is slightly unusual, actually. Normally it's just, sort of flat. But I would suggest that maybe, because this part that's being brought out, if that's the right expression, is brick, I wonder if we could require that brick to match the original brick is actually is used rather than where the hung slate is proposed on the projecting central first floor extension. In other words, that part is actually required to be brick rather than render, because I think that would minimise quite a lot the view of what this looks like going along. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you, Councillor Hodgson.
Just to remind you that you're being asked to determine what's in front of you today, so if you are minded to go against the officer's recommendation, I'm not sure that that we can change the scheme as a result. So it would have to be deferred if you wanted that to be something which you would want included instead. And I know we're keen not to defer if we can help it.
I could just come back. Well, it was offered that by Mr. Evans, who's the agent, that they could actually put render there instead. Is render less of a big thing to defer on rather than brick?
You're being asked to consider what you've got in front of you. I'm sorry, but that's what's being presented to the committee today. If there were any changes proposed, the only way you could do it without determining this application would be to defer the consideration. If the alternative is to make the decision to refuse it, and then they could submit another application with a different material.
As we have this discussion, I have, with my discretion, I will call in Mr. Evans to sort of comment on this.
Thank you, Chair. Just through you, and obviously with Ali Wagstaff here as well, it'd be helpful. And this is just an impartial observation, really, is that I've had before where we've had a condition that's put on, if you're minded to agree with the officer recommendation, to agree to support, but you can have a condition that says, notwithstanding the details of the external materials proposed, the details of the materials have to be submitted and agreed in writing with the LPA prior to any development commencing. So it can be a pre-commencement condition that you're requesting, and that then secures the change in materials. And we're very happy to either go render or brick to suit you. But obviously, if Mr. Wagstaff would like to comment, or Jack comment on a condition such as that.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we will move ahead with that. We've had, are there any further comments? We have at the moment before us a recommendation for the officer for refusal. I've not heard anything contrary to, I haven't had a proposer or seconder for that, or a proposer or seconder in any other context. Thank you. I have a proposer to accept officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? As we're not moving forward, I will second that as chairman so that we can move to a vote on this.
In saying that we have to take a vote on that before we take any further, further proposals, yeah.
So we have a proposer and seconder for refusal based on the officer's recommendation. Can I have a show of hands, please, for that refusal? Can I have a show of hands against that, please? That is therefore
Abstentions.
an abstention. How did you vote? Is that?
Voting to abstain. Does that mean I can vote?
You can, yes.
I'll propose.
Can I therefore take the Councillor
Can I
Hodgson?
just clarify any conditions that might be attached to that proposal? And I propose that what we've just heard from Mr. Evans is accepted as a condition.
Councillor Nix?
I was just about to say what has just been said about the condition.
And can we also have the policy reasons for approval?
I do disagree about Dev 25, so it's not much, is it?
Can I just clarify, you believe that it complies with policy Dev 25, is that what you're...
Please may I ask a question before?
Yeah, sorry.
So, that is the one about the AONB, isn't it? Yes. In that case, that's what I'm disagreeing with, that I hold a different view about its place in the AONB.
Thank you. Anybody else from the point of view of
Sorry, in terms of policy, could I suggest to the proposer that we adopt? I mean, I think the ward member, Councillor Thomas, outlines sort of a contrary view of policy and or contrary conclusions from the policy that we could adopt as part of this proposal. Your proposal, Councillor Abbott?
Yes. Yes. Can I also contribute that being built to modern standards, it is going to be a more sustainable building than the current building. It's SPT 1 and it's TTV 2.
Right. Okay, the officer said that's acceptable, so we'll, on that basis, we'll go to the vote on this for those for approval. Those against? Sorry. Thank you. That application is approved. And apologies everybody for the delays, but I know members would like a break, but the members for the application have been sitting here for a long time, so I propose to start this application 6D immediately with the officer changeover. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Apologies for the delay on that. We now move to agenda item 6D, 230423. The case officer is Ms. Stewart. Ms. Stewart, if you can take us through your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So you have before you what we refer to as the Section 73 application, which seeks to vary a existing planning approval. The existing planning approval was for the demolition of an existing agricultural barn and erection of a new dwelling. The application that's before you now seeks to amend the design of that dwelling. The description of development itself isn't actually affected because it is still essentially an application for a new dwelling instead of the barn that was there before. So procedurally, officers are comfortable that we can deal with this application through the Section 73 route, albeit the design is obviously different, and that's what you need to consider. So members who are present at the site visit will recall the application site hatched in red on the screen within the village of Dipford. Access to the site is from the north. The existing vehicle access into the site is from here. I'll show these in more detail in a second. These are the neighbouring residential properties here and here. Aerial photograph of the site, you will see there the frame of what remains of the agricultural building that previously stood on the site, with the neighbouring residential properties along here and here. Access to the site from up here, and you'll see the site sits immediately adjacent to sort of other built form within Dipford. So the key issues for your consideration are the starting point that there is an existing planning approval that could be fully implemented. And so the issues need to be focused on sort of essentially what the differences are between what has been approved and what is now being proposed, and the planning impact of that, including in particular, given the representations of the impacts on the neighbouring residential properties arising from the design revisions. So I will skip through some of this fairly quickly, but we can always come back to it in questions if you need to. This plan was one of the previously approved documents showing, if I just go around, that's the site of the new dwelling as was previously approved, with the garden area to the south. The parking area was originally due to be down at the bottom end of the site, accessed via the track. This is a previously approved site layout plan, which does have some levels marked on it, which we can come back to later if we need to. And the previously approved elevation drawings. So these ones have got the dotted line showing the outline of the ground level, and the dotted line that you can just about see, hopefully, on the screen of the previous agricultural shed. The design of the dwelling was a pitch slate roof with slate hanging and render below. The other elevation, so you see the side elevation here in relation to the neighbouring property Robin's Nest. And the previously approved floor layout plans showing ground floor accommodation, and then a 4-bedroom dwelling with bathroom accommodation above. So the current proposal, as is described in the report, increases the size and changes the form of the dwelling, so it's more of a T shape rather than a rectangle. It's the green line you're looking at is the proposed outline as part of this application. The black line is the outline of the approved dwelling, and then the red is or slightly orangey red, is the outline of the agricultural building. So these are the elevations that are now proposed. So it's still a pitched slate roof with slate hanging, but with an amended design and new window designed to sort of reflect the changes to the internal layout. Members will recall from the site visit, the site isn't completely level at the moment. The approved scheme showed there's going to be a degree of digging down to create a level base on which to build the site. What is essentially happening with the current proposal is that the new dwelling wouldn't be dug into the site to quite the same extent, and partly as a result of that, the ridge height would be higher than previously approved by about 700 mil, as was discussed at the site inspection. So these are quite sort of important plans showing the relationship of the proposed new dwelling with the neighbouring property, Robin's Nest, here. So this would now have the garages here, which does have accommodation above, but the main sort of full two-storey element will be set slightly further back from this property. And then this south elevation drawing shows the relationship with the other nearest neighbouring dwelling, Cross Farmhouse. And the proposed floor plans. And this is the ground floor plan showing the proposed garage area. And you can also see on this one the fence boundary to the neighbouring property here. And then the other neighbouring dwelling, Cross Farm houses, you can just see here. And first floor plan, it's still shown as a 4-bedroom house, albeit with some additional rooms for other uses indicated on the plans. And I've included this plan. This is the this is the survey plan that was submitted with the original application, which has got levels marked on it. Just noting members' comments in the site inspection, we might need to refer back to that, so it's on the slide if we need it. And just turning to some photographs, that is the view looking into the site. And you can see the neighbouring dwellings, make sure I get the names correct. So you've got Robin's Nest is this one here, Mow Cottage is this one here, and then Cross Farm is this one here. And then you can see what remains of the agricultural building in the background there. Just bit of village context. The site is sort of on the edge, but part of the existing village form. And you can see other neighbouring properties with pitched slate roofs and rendered elevations, and lots of stone as well. Coming further into the site, Robin's Nest Cottage, and then the site of the proposed dwelling is here. Looking back towards the access. And then this photograph, you can see the neighbouring dwelling known as Cross Farm is this property here, and then this is the boundary fence to that dwelling there. This is looking straight through the site, so you've got Robin's Nest behind there, and here's the frame of the agricultural building. Just a view looking towards the back of the site for context. And just in case we need to refer back to it in terms of separation distances, this is a figure that's taken directly from the adopted SPD that discusses minimum suggested distances between habitable rooms being 21 metres with rear facing windows and 12 metres if it's rear to side. Another query that was raised on the site visit was proximity to listed buildings. The application site is over here. The nearest listed buildings are this one, which is grade 2, another grade 2, and then the red one is the grade 1 listed church. Given the sort of the physical separation and separation provided by other buildings, it wasn't identified within the officer report as a particular concern. with this application, bearing in mind also the consent that's already been granted that could be built out as well. So as is discussed in the report, officers, bearing in mind the starting point of the approved scheme that could be built out, officers consider that the application is acceptable, subject to conditions as detailed in the report, but I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, any questions? Councillor Abbott.
Could we have a look again, please, at the last of the coloured plans? It was, there. So I just haven't got my head around that elevation south. Oh, so on the right-hand side is the bit of the T that comes down the current concrete apron, and then from a third of the way across, going west, there's that room with upstairs on the end a unobscured window. Is that right? Which is above your cursor. Yes.
Yeah, I think if I just go back to the floor plan. Apologies, going the wrong way. Yeah, so essentially, this bit of the proposed dwelling here is that bit when you look at it on the floor plan, and then if we go to the first floor plan layout, yeah, that window would be serving an ensuite garden and is shown to be obscure glazed.
So with an obscured window, is there still an issue of requiring a 27-metre separation?
Not to the same extent, I don't think, because it is obscure, so you shouldn't be able to see. So I mean, because it serves the bathroom window. The other issue with the guidance on the separation distances is it's to do with habitable rooms, so rooms that people kind of use a lot. And bathroom windows are normally obscured, and you don't tend to spend. They're not. I don't think they fit within the definition of habitable that we normally use.
No.
No, they're not. They don't fall within that definition.
Any other questions, members? No questions? Thank you. We move on to presenter Lucy Carroll, objector. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lucy Carroll. I live at Cross Farm, next to the site, and I'm also representing immediate neighbours today. Whilst we support a new dwelling in place of the barn, we wholly object to these revised plans. The extent of modifications materially impact our neighbourly amenity as a courtyard of historically associated properties in AONB. The Covent-approved rectangle design has been entirely substituted for a prominent and large T-shape, with two sizable 7-metre wings and an integral mezzanine-style garage, which in itself raises concerns given it could be used or converted into living space. This T-shaped design is simply not in keeping with immediate properties. Robin's Nest is a modest character cottage of 2 bedrooms, and Cross Farm a traditional 200-year-old farmhouse. We also estimate the size of the dwelling, including the garage, is at least double that of current plans. The site is significantly elevated, particularly to the farm. However, these plans further increase its height. It will stand higher than all of our properties, the existing barn and a substantial 2 feet higher than Cross Farm. The location has also changed materially. 50% of it now lies outside the red line of the barn, and it is tilted in the direction of neighbours. It has been extended close to the boundary of Robin's Nest in one direction, whilst in the other relocated centrally and southerly to become dominating and overbearing to Cross Farm. We were extremely surprised and disappointed that the report states only a slight change in window configuration, because where no windows existed, no less than 7 have been introduced towards Cross Farm, reneging and ignoring the current planning condition prohibiting openings in the western elevations. This loss of current privacy is entirely unacceptable to us. The combined and substantive natures of these changes mean we judge the description of development to replace an existing barn with a replacement dwelling as invalid. This is in fact an entirely new development in a new location. And given this, we strongly believe the lawfulness of using an S73 variation to request the changes rather than full planning is questionable. In summary, we feel the outcome of the planning report marginalises our objections and misrepresents key data points. Despite numerous offers to review plans before submission and discuss our concerns, the applicant chose not to. Ultimately, we consider the sheer scale and design of this dwelling to impact privacy, be overbearing and in conflict with our properties. It is totally incompatible with this highly characterful part of Ditford, so we urge the committee to refuse the application. So while I've been talking, you've had the slide that shows the comparative. This is a slide showing the ridge height. Can you move to the next slide, please? This shows you the blue highlighting is the current plan, the red is the new plan. Yeah. And it's much more impactful on the landscape. And this is the landscape from the rear footpaths overlooking towards Dartmoor in the rear, and you can see our property from North Hewish as you walk up the footpaths as well, so it's very impactful on the landscape.
Thank you. Is that your
Yeah.
presentation concluded? Thank you. Members, any questions? Doesn't appear to be. Ms. Carroll, thank you very much. Thank you. Can we now move on to Mr. Bell, please? Microphone, please.
Right, thank you, Chairman. So hi, yeah, my name's James. I plan to live in the house with my family. We've already lived in the centre of Ditford Village for 10 years. We will be creating a high quality self-built house. I'm over halfway through a master's course in architectural technology and design, and I'm using this knowledge to create a low carbon passive house. Next slide, please. I'm concerned several objections have reached false conclusions. So if we look at this first one, this is an accurate 3D image that shows the perspective view while standing on the public road entrance to the farmyard. This is the same model used to take all the planning drawings from. It compares the approved plans at the top with the proposed variation at the bottom. I didn't have time to put the windows in the approved one, but it's the same outline. As you can see, they look the same when viewed from the public road. Therefore, the proposed variation clearly doesn't affect the prominence in the village or the street scene. Next slide, please. The top left here is the immediate neighbour Sunflower House. This house is bigger than the proposal. The middle left is the neighbour to Sunflower House, which is most similar in exterior finish to the proposal, also with projections to its main rectangular form. Bottom left is the immediate neighbour Cross Farm. This is a similar scale, rectangular with projections at the back. And top right is a large white house immediately opposite the public road entrance to the site. Some of the proposed footprint increase is due to adding a garage that was omitted from the approved plan. All these properties have an integral garage. This all illustrates the proposal is in keeping in scale. Next slide, please. The view here shows you have to be several metres beyond the end of the proposed house to be able to see Cross Farm at all. From the bed 1 window facing east, there is no direct line of sight. It also illustrates through perspective view the large distance across farm from here, being over 20 metres to the boundary fence and even further to the actual property. Given this distance, the additional garage and south extension will look much smaller from the west than some may have realised from the 2D elevation drawings. Next slide, please. These are just some key points from the planning report that handled all the objections that were raised. It's definitely a variation. It matches scale and less regular style of neighbours. It's a decrease in the footprint over the existing agricultural shed. There's no increased prominence. There's better relationship to neighbours. There's no overlooking window issue. Some of the objection points are factually incorrect. The planning officer has taken the time to investigate and fact check these. All material planning points have been considered when recommending approval. Therefore, I urge you to follow the guidance of your planning officer and approve this variation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any questions of Mr. Bell? Councillor Abbott.
Hi, thank you. You said that the footprint was no larger than the current barn. That's not the impression I got. Can we go back to one of the officer's slides? So it appears as though the barn is the black line.
The barn is the orange dashed outline that goes right up to and connects with Robin's Nest.
And you're saying that the square meterage is equivalent to the square meterage of the green line?
The green line is the proposal that I've put in at the moment. And as it also states in the officer's report, that footprint is smaller than the existing agricultural shed of the orange line overall in size. So as it also says in the report, the built form will be less than what's already there with the shed that's being demolished.
Councillor Callahan.
Sorry, I thought the officer said there was a 66% increase in footprint.
That's from the approved plans, not the existing agricultural shed.
Any further questions? If there are none, thank you, Mr. Bell. Thank you. And we now have Parish Councillor Davidson. Thank you, Councillor, when you're ready.
Thank you. As a council, we support a new dwelling replacing the existing barn at Cross Farm, Ditford, under planning consent 4240/18 full, which was for a building in the footprint perimeter of the old barn. However, under reference 2304/23 VAR, the parish council strongly objected to this planning variation. The variation application is so different from the original planning application that we believe as a parish council that it should be submitted as a new planning application and not as a variation application. And we have misgivings about the use of the Section 73 variation to request these changes, given the fundamental changes to the originally accepted design to replace the barn with a house. Our major concern is that the new design is not within the footprint of the existing barn and that the approved rectangular design has been completely replaced with a T-shaped design with large, extensive 7-metre wings and raising the height in places by approximately 400 to 700 millimetres on an already, centimetres on an already elevated site, and the design has moved 5 metres to the south, with the majority of the new design falling outside of the original barn boundaries. Indeed, from the proposed site layout plan, it appears that more than 50% of the new design is outside of the original barn perimeter. We are also informed by the planning application report that there is a significant increase in the footprint of the new design of 80 square metres, an increase in size of 66% compared to the approved design, meaning a more substantive and radically different dwelling is being proposed under this Section 73 variation. In addition, given the elevated site and the increase in height of the proposed development, We note that the west side of the original design was passed prohibiting openings on the western side to ensure that the adjacent properties were not overlooked and that their privacy is protected. However, with the change of design, we're told there is a slight change to the configuration of the windows and that the problem can be simply resolved with a new window utilising obscure glazing. Given that new windows over the setback and totaling 7 in the new design have been added, they will be facing the western side of the property, which we as a council believe bypasses the constraints of the original approved planning permission, as we now have a completely new design. In conclusion, as a parish council, we feel that the change to proposed development, its scale and design, should be a new planning application. We feel that the use of the Section 73 variation is being used as a tool to push through a completely new development plan with no consideration of the potential concerns of both the parish council and the parishioners of Ditford. As a council, we were not approached about the change of design by the applicant before its submission, and it is our understanding from concerns raised in parish council meetings that the applicant has not discussed the concerns raised by the parishioners. We note that the planning application report and its inclusion of the concerns raised by both the parish council and the parishioners, but we feel that the concerns raised by all parties are not emphasised enough, and that the main concern that this is a completely different design, both in scalability, elevation, location on site, and impact both on the surrounding properties, and indeed in citing the potential impact within the area of outstanding natural beauty, is being put forward for approval on a Section 73 variation instead of being managed as a new planning application.
Thank you, Councillor Davison. Any questions of the Parish Council?
Oh, no,
Councillor
Victor,
Abbott.
Hi.
Hi, Victor.
Thanks. What do you see as the fundamental problem of a Section 73 when it's coming to the? It happens to have come to the committee, and it wouldn't have done perhaps, but it is at the committee. But then a new application. How do you feel hard done by?
I think because basically we had no notification of it, and when we looked as a parish council at the design, which admittedly is all we can see online with no extra discussion, it looks so substantially different that, and having looked at the site and the size and where it's going to be, we just feel as a council it's unfair to be putting through what we effectively see as a new design, as a variation. Now, I understand that the planning officer says it's acceptable, but the point being, we feel that given the size of it, given the change, given the out of the original boundaries of the barn, that it should really be a new planning application. If it goes through, it goes through eventually. But the point being, we feel it is just being used to bypass by putting in a new design.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not,
thank you very much.
Could you just?
Oh yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a statement to be read out from the ward councillor.
Thank you, Chair. So a statement from Councillor Hancock, one of the ward members. Thank you for taking the time to consider this application in detail. Given the strong feeling generated by the application and the issues raised by those immediately affected, your careful thought is appreciated. I will let those objecting to the application speak for themselves, but I'd like to draw your attention to some of the concerns raised. Firstly, the Parish Council and other objectors considered the extent of the variation to be of such a degree that this is, in essence, a new application. There is therefore an objection in principle that this is considered as a variation. Secondly, there is a disagreement here between numerous objectors and the Council's planning officer regarding the extent of the new plan. Objectors note the new proposal more than doubles the size of the existing planning permission. Our officer's report notes that this still remains smaller than the existing barn. The officer notes that consideration of the original application expressed concerns about the shape of the proposed house, which have now been improved. However, I note that at this stage the original plan was not considered to be inappropriately small. The original permission therefore should not be used to justify the extent of the new plan. The question therefore is whether the size of the house is now proposed and would have been acceptable were it originally proposed. The important principle here, which I urge the committee to consider, is one of growth of development by stealth, i.e., or is this case by variation. In addition to this, although the officer report notes that the new proposal has smaller footprint than the existing barn, I note that on the plans, the new proposal clearly extends beyond the current footprint of the existing barn to such an extent that majority of the proposed house does not sit within the existing footprint of the barn. The original proposal, 100% of this house sat within the footprint of the existing barn. I see this as a materially important factor which I urge the committee to consider. Thirdly, the question of new windows facing Cross Farm. Objectors raised concerns about the multiple windows now facing Cross Farm, where in the original plan there were none. The planning officer's report refers to one obscured bathroom window, whilst others on the elevation are too far away to be of concern. Councillors will have been on the site visit, so I urge your consideration of this matter and impact upon Cross Farm. Finally, two other but no less consequential issues. One, the issue of drainage. I am no technical expert, so I leave this question for yourselves. Two, the question of visual impact on the village from the road. Again, councillors will have visited the site, so I request your judgment here. There are other concerns raised as well, which I'm sure you will consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, no opportunity to question. Can I move into the debate on this? First speaker.
I do question that statement, actually. David said, Councillor Hitchcock said it doubled the size, but actually 66% would be half as much again. Not all right. Not not doubling. Anyway, since I'm on,
it might be helpful if Ms. Houselander came in.
I just wanted to confirm about the variation application issue. When we receive a variation to an original approval, what you end up with is actually a new planning permission with a variation. You don't. It varies the original permission, but in effect you have two permissions for the same site. So it's not. It's acceptable to do, provided it's in the description of the development remains the same and it's within the red line of the original application, and in this case it was. I just wanted to clarify that for everyone so that you were aware.
And Mr. Fairbairn would like to come in as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to confirm what Ms. Houselander has said, but there was also a significant decision of the High Court earlier this year, in which the High Court held that a planning inspector had been wrong to reject an application under Section 73 as a fundamental variation of the planning permission, where the applicant had wanted to substitute new plans for those required under a condition. It was agreed that the new plans would not result in any conflict with the description of the permitted development, and that is the key matter. So you can have quite significant, in fact, you could have very significant variations that are still Section 73 applications. As I think somebody pointed out, it is a new permission and it's come to this committee in any event. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott, do you wish to come back?
Well, I'm grateful for the clarification. I'd like to keep talking. We were shown a view from the southerly windows that you can't see Cross Farm, but actually the windows that are on the northern part of the T would look out to Cross Farm, and they will be looking directly at Cross Farm. Those them? Where's the view? Can you put up the view with the garage?
That is the garage. The north elevation shows the garage. The side elevation of the garage. Yeah.
That's the side of the garage there, and then if I go to the next, which is the west elevation, that's the actual garage doors to the garage. So
there's only skylights then in that above the garage.
yeah, in that section. So
yeah, okay.
Any other comments from members? Councillor Hodgson.
One of the conditions cites implementing the recommendations from the ecology survey or report. There is no ecology report added onto the listings of the documents for this application. So I went back to the previous application, which is obviously this is variation of, and the ecology report. The only recommendations I could see were with various places, site situations for, I think it was black boxes or bird boxes, but they're actually referring to a different building. So I would have thought it would have been appropriate to ask for an update of that, because you can't put, we can't just add those recommendations on because they relate to a building that's not being built out, unless I'm missing something. But there's certainly no new ecology report has been added to this, because that was based on survey work. Hasn't been added. Nothing's been added to this listings.
Yeah. If members would like an additional ecology reason added, condition added to the recommendation, then that would be acceptable.
Any other comments, Councillor Nix?
Yeah, I'm sure I've missed it somewhere, but the above the garage with the skylights, is that a mezzanine above there? Is it living accommodation or not? So it's for storage. But is there?
It's marked as gym storage area, and it's got reduced height. So if I just go, yeah, so these are the roof lights. So those lines would indicate sort of the area that's actually full head height within that space would be restricted. So it's just shown as a gym storage area.
So it's not a storage area. It's going to be a usable space.
It says gym/storage on the plan.
Thank you.
Any other comments, members?
So this is not a class Q. It is not required to be in the form of the barn. There was a proposal which was accepted, and it happened to be within that area, and this is a different proposal. And you could see that there is an argument that there is a request for a full planning permission, but in the words of the judgment in the High Court, this is a full planning permission. The fact that it's slightly orientated differently seems to me to be much larger. Actually, here it is. This is the application, and what's wrong with this in the setting of a new build? And I'm sorry, I don't see it. I don't see the problems.
Any further comments, Councillor Hodgson?
Yeah, I think in terms of the what the opportunity was here on this site, looking at it in the broader sense of the barn that's been demolished, I think this was always going to be a site that had potential to be built out with a large building. I mean, for me, to some extent, that barn, when you look at the old pictures of the old barn, which are actually on the original application, when it was actually, had all big roofs covered rather than what we saw the other day at the site meeting, it was a very sort of overbearing building to those to the buildings that are currently residential, and where quite reasonably people are finding this a hard one to swallow. And the application that came previously on this, sort of in some ways you could say, was more in keeping size-wise to those current buildings on the site. So this, with its much larger footprint and overall larger massing, does comparatively does jar, but it doesn't really jar any more than what was there previously with the barn. And I think this is the difficulty, because what I'm thinking about is, well, on one side, my instinct would be to kind of, I'm very sympathetic to the other residents there. I think, yeah, this is quite big by comparison. It's going to feel big. But I think if it went to appeal, I think it would just fly through and be accepted because of what was there before, because of that large barn footprint. And I know this isn't a class Q, but if you think about it, what it's replacing, it does fall into that. So I feel that actually we're in a bit of a bit of a corner here on this one, and I think the officer's recommendation is quite compliant with all the points I've just made, really. Because obviously, what we don't want to do is end up with we lose an appeal because we can see it before us here, and therefore we then just lose public money as well on top. Because if it goes to appeal and gets through, then it's done what we would otherwise be doing here, and I think it would actually win an appeal.
Any other comments? Councillor O'Callaghan?
Yeah, just wondering about the where are we on the the loss of privacy claims with the 7 windows and the overbearing suggestions from neighbouring residents. Been tilted in their direction.
Thank you. So I've taken some measurements myself off of the plans. If I just make sure my laser pointer is working. There we go. So the distance between the corner of the property here, as proposed, and this corner of Cross Farm House is by my measure approximately 23 metres, which I think is the figure that was alluded to in the officer report. The distance between this point of the proposed dwelling and the boundary here, just for further context, measures at about 21 metres. But this distance between the edge of what would be the garage element as a proposed dwelling and the edge of Robin's Nest here measures at more like 5 metres. Just to give you that sort of context in terms of the neighbour relationships. Obviously, historically, there was an agricultural building that backed right onto that dwelling, which is kind of what Councillor Hodgson, I think, was possibly alluding to in terms of that was the original site context, was this massive agriculture building right next to that house. But just so members understand what's being shown, it's 5 metres there. So if you go, if I show you, it's that relationship there is like the physically closest relationship between the proposed dwelling and any of the neighbouring dwellings. The relationship between Cross Farmhouse, the distances are a lot, whilst it does, there are more windows on that west elevation facing towards, but the distances are a lot greater.
No windows on the 5 metre.
On that elevation, I will, yeah, that's that bit that's 5 metres from the neighbour, that doesn't have any windows on it, and it is part of the officer recommendation that permitted development rights for the installation of any new windows would require planning permission.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any other comments? Do I have, if we've run out, there were some comments there. We obviously have an officer's recommendation. Do we have any any move for a recommendation for support, or Councillor Abbott?
I propose we go along with the officer's recommendation.
So you're proposing. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hodgson?
I'll second it on the understanding that we include that comment, the condition on the ecology report.
Right, I have a proposer, excuse me, proposer and a seconder to support officer's recommendation of approval, conditional approval with that additional condition. Can I have a show of hands for approval, please? Can I have indications against? Abstentions? One abstention. That application is approved as per the officer's recommendation. Thank you. And apologies it's taken so long, but thank you for bearing with us on this. Ladies and gentlemen, I am looking at the time and knowing the constraints of some of the members. We have items 7 and 8 on the agenda, which, with your forbearance because of the timing, I will note that those documents have been available to members and defer consideration of those to the next DM committee so that we can move on to the item 10, which is a press and public excluded. So with your agreement, do I have agreement to that, members?
Yep.
I'm seeing that. Thank you. Move to item 9. Item 9, that in accordance with section 100A4 of the Local Government Act 1972, the press and public be excluded from the meeting during consideration of the following items of business in order to avoid the likely disclosure to them of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 of part 1 of schedule 12A to the Act. Is this agreed, members?
Yes.
Agreed. Thank you. Members will hand over to Mr. Fairburn to deal with this. close the meeting. Members, that concludes our business for today. As I said, the items, agenda items 7 and 8 will be held over to the next Development Management Committee meeting, but you've had all of the papers and they're generally for noting. But thank you everybody for your forbearance today and for getting through all the business that we have. Thank you, members. Formally close the meeting.
There is lunch.